Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency, and we have to feel the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs, and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed, and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para...
Nous allons commencer. On demande aux participants de prendre place. Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Nous déclarons ouverte.
By declare open day 2, Saturday, 3rd of May, 2025. We would like to welcome all the state delegations that are present here today, the NHRI delegates, as well as the civil society organizations who are here present today. Before starting on the first item on today's agenda, please allow the African Commission to kindly request you to observe a minute of silence in memory of the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Kenya, Madam Rose Odede, who is known to quite a lot of you, who left us. We commend her for the work she did with the African Commission. So please allow the Commission to request from you a minute of silence. Thank you. We shall therefore start with the human rights situation in Africa, and let us start with this list of state delegates. On our list, we had, as the first country to take the floor, Angola. Angola requested to intervene later. No problem. When the delegation from Angola is ready, kindly let us know so that we can give you the floor. I will now move on to... Are you ready, or would you like to intervene in due course later? Very well. The Secretary of State, Excellency Antonia Simauro da Cursa Yaba, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, Commissioner Remy Loy, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished representatives of states, distinguished representatives of national human rights institutions and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is for us a great honor to attend this 83rd ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The Republic of Angola is celebrating its 50th anniversary of its independence and the freedom from colonialism. It was a struggle for the rights of all Angolans. In these celebrations, many activities are being carried out since November last year. And this include the inauguration of public and private developments, condecorations, as well as the presidential pardons to inmates without blood crimes, highlighting some of those mentioned by this commission in previous sessions. In January this year, Angola, for the fourth time, defended his periodic report in the Human Rights Council and received important recommendations, some of which from this commission. The Republic of Angola has also received recommendations from the dialogue with the Commission on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the protocol to the African Charter relating to the rights of women, and the Kampala Charter on internally displaced people in Africa. In this regard, we would like to commend the Commission, its chairperson, and the Angolan rapporteur for submitting the recommendations of the dialogue held in November 2024, whose follow-up is now underway within the scope of the implementation of the National Human Rights Strategy and the National Development Plan 2023-2027. Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, as the Commission knows, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, is the chairperson of the African Union, and therefore it coordinates a vast program of the AU aligned with the African Union theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. Angola, since 2019, has had a committee for the implementation of the plan in celebrating the victims of political conflicts established by presidential decree on the theme Embrace and Forgive, an initiative to support the victims of political conflicts in Angola. This process includes the location, removal, and issuance of death certificates and delivery of remains to families for a dignified burial, as well as the construction of a memorial for these victims. Angola has a national migration policy approved by Presidential Decree 318 of 31 December with the goal to manage migration flows and promote the participation of foreigners in the economic, social, and cultural life of our country. Honorable Chairperson, we would like to present some progress in public policy that are relevant on human rights, with highlights to the coming into force of our Law 14/24 of 25 September on the new political and administrative division of Angola. And we now have 21 provinces, 326 municipalities, 378 communities. This new political administrative division aims to ensure better quality, efficiency, and effectiveness of our administration and the provision of services to citizens, and promote balance in the expansion of towns, clarify the territorial boundaries, reduce asymmetries, as well as to promote a more harmonious development of our territory. We have approved legal instruments such as the law of the new ombudsman and developed the strategic plan for the ombudsman, the plan for the support of culture, the National Food Meal Program, the National Policy for Early Childhood, and the National Food Security Strategy, which is a fundamental step for the construction of a food and nutrition security system that is robust for our country. We are reviewing the law on domestic violence, as well as developing the plan for implementation of the National Early Childhood Policy, as well as the review of the National Gender Policy. Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, Angola was an observer at the annual conference of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions and the Global Ministerial Conference on the End of the Violence Against the Child in Bogota, Colombia, on the promotion of women's rights and within the scope of the implementation of the Beijing Platform. We've increased since 2020 the percentage of women taking public office, especially in the government and the judicial system. The Deputy President of the Republic is a woman. The President of the Constitutional Tribunal and the National Assembly, the Ombudswoman, they are all women. We also have a woman as Deputy Attorney General. In the Supreme Court, we also have women as vice presidents. In the public sector, we are implementing programs for the promotion of women in various sectors and in general in terms of employability. On the 31st of March this year, we launched the platform of the Gender Observatory in Angola, passed by presidential decree. This aims at monitoring data on gender equality, support the development of more inclusive public policy. It includes this observatory is comprised by representatives of public institutions and civil society organizations. We are still implementing our national human rights strategies and its respective plan of action. This year, we held a training for journalists with 34 participants in the public and private sector. We also held the 4th International Forum on Business and Human Rights with 162 participants. Honorable Chairperson, we conclude by reiterating Angola's engagement with Africa's Development Agenda 2063, with the Agenda on the Child 2040, with the Strategy for Women Equality and Empowerment 2018-2028, and with the theme of the Year of the African Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Secretary of State, for that statement. Commissioner Marie-Louise Abobo would actually use it with all what is contained therein. I would now call upon the Chief Director, Mr. Goji, of the Ministry of Justice of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe? Is Zimbabwe here?
African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Allow me at the outset to commend the Commission for its continued efforts to promote and protect human and people's rights across our continent. I also extend Zimbabwe's sincere congratulations to you, Honorable Chair, on your leadership of the Commission. Indeed, Honorable Chair, the organization of work is impressive and orderly, starting from the registration process. We used not to witness this before. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Zimbabwe remains resolute in its commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights in line with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other regional and international human rights instruments. Zimbabwe continues to strengthen its human rights architecture through active engagement with regional and international mechanisms. Zimbabwe, Honorable Chair, will present its 16th state-part report under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as its second periodic report on the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa during this session. Zimbabwe is proud to be the first AU member state to ratify the African Union Social Security Protocol. Indeed, social security is a fundamental human right, and this protocol is a crucial step towards ensuring that all Africans have access to essential protections. We are committed to building a more just and equitable society, and this protocol aligns perfectly with our national development agenda. In this regard, we also urge other African nations to ratify this important protocol. Honorable Chair, I am proud to inform this Commission that On the 31st of December 2024, Zimbabwe enacted the Death Penalty Abolition Act, marking a historic milestone in the consolidation of a justice system grounded in human dignity, equity, and sanctity of life. This landmark piece of legislation is a testament to Zimbabwe's commitment to aligning domestic laws with regional and international human rights norms. The Act repealed provisions in our statutes that provided for capital punishment. It also includes transitional measures to ensure that individuals previously on death row are resentenced in a manner that upholds the ideals of fairness and dignity. Honorable Chair, the Private Voluntary Organization Amendment Act, which was a result of extensive consultative process between government and civic society organizations, was also enacted. Notably, CSOs had the opportunity to engage directly with His Excellency the President of the Republic, where they presented their consent and recommendations. Recommendations from CSOs were considered and incorporated into the final version of the Act. This inclusive process underscores government's commitment to constructive dialogue and collaboration in the formulation of laws that promote transparency and accountability. Honorable Chair, to enhance access to justice, Zimbabwe has decentralized the operations of our courts and the Legal Aid Directorate to district levels. Furthermore, the integrated electronic case management system has been rolled out to superior courts, which has been rolled out to superior courts, is now currently being extended to the lower courts, further modernizing our justice delivery system and access thereto. Honorable Chair, on the economic and social rights front, Zimbabwe continues to face challenges induced by recurrent El Nino-related droughts, which have strained our economic and affected livelihoods. In response, the government has implemented the Presidential Climate-Proof Agriculture Production Scheme, focusing on mechanisms and irrigation using existing water bodies. These interventions have yielded positive outcomes, including national wheat self-sufficiency. In recognition of these efforts, Zimbabwe was awarded the 2024 Africa Food Prize for its transformative and people-centered agricultural policies. We also continue to implement social protection programs such as the Food Deficit Mitigation Program and the School Feeding Program with the valued support of our development partners. Mr. Chair, as the current chair of the SADC, Zimbabwe remains committed to fostering regional integration, solidarity, and collective action in advancing human rights and development. We are working continuously to ensure that our legal and policy frameworks are harmonized with both continental and national human rights standards. In line with our reporting obligations under the African Charter and other treaties, Zimbabwe continues to engage constructively with mechanisms of the African human rights system. We are also preparing to host the UN Working Group on Violence Against Women and Girls in August 2025. Honorable Chair, we must also underscore the ongoing impact of unilateral coercive measures imposed on Zimbabwe by certain Western countries. These illegal sanctions continue to impede our economic development and compromise the enjoyment of fundamental rights by our citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. We reiterate our call for their immediate and unconditional removal, as they are contrary to the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Honorable Chair, in conclusion, Zimbabwe reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the promotion of human rights and people's rights, justice, and inclusive, sustainable development. We believe that through solidarity and cooperation among African states and institutions, we can overcome our shared challenges and build a future grounded in dignity, freedom, and equality. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Merci,
Monsieur le Directeur. J'appelle maintenant, pour le compte de la Tanzanie, le conseiller juridique Zulu Gama.
Sir, Zulu Gama, you have the floor.
For your astute leadership, and I assure you of my delegation's support as you steer this assembly in the important work of promoting and protecting human and people's rights. Honorable Chairman, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania implements a human rights-based approach to development hinged on the fundamental human rights principles of equality and non-discrimination. This resonates with the governance strategy adopted by Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, which is based on the 4 R's being reconciliation, resilience, reform, and rebuilding. To achieve these principles, candid discussions, participations, engagements, and meetings are held in appreciation of diverse views. This has been the government approach in addressing and mitigating potential challenges which can inadvertently affect the civil, political, economic, and social and cultural rights of Tanzanians. Honorable Chair, this is the approach that the government is using to address the challenges in the Ngorongoro Conservation Area, where there is a need to balance human rights and livelihoods vis-à-vis conservation. Her Excellency, the President, personally met with the local and traditional leaders of the area, listened to their concerns, and established 2 advisory commissions launched on the 20th of February this year. Each commission is comprised of representatives of the local community, and the objective of the first commission is to advise on land matters in the Loliondo and Pololeti, and the second commission is to advise on the voluntary relocation program of residents from Ngorongoro. The objective is to ensure the voluntary exercise operates smoothly and that the concerns of the people are addressed. The principle of participation through continuous engagement and consultations has been instrumental in maintaining stability in the area. On civil and political rights, the country is preparing to hold general elections in October this year. We have traditionally held free and fair elections every 5 years, where the people have exercised their democratic right to vote as provided by the constitutions and in compliance with the international and regional human rights treaties we have ratified. Local government elections were held on 27th November 2024, where all 19 registered political parties participated. Honorable Chair, media pluralism continues to flourish in the United Republic of Tanzania to ensure that people enjoy their right to freedom of expression and access to information. There are currently 351 newspapers, 427 magazines, 245 radio stations, 82 television stations, 8 online radios, 400 online televisions, and 123 online blogs and 10 online forums. Honorable Chair, when it comes to promoting and protecting the rights of vulnerable groups, the government is determined to ensure that people with disabilities are not left out of the development agenda. On the 4th of December 2024, the government launched the National Action Plan on the Rights and Welfare of the People with Albinism, as well as the National Assistive Technology Strategy for People with Disabilities. These 2 strategies represent the government's commitment to breaking down barriers, creating opportunities, and ensuring that every Tanzanian, regardless of disability, can live a life of dignity and contribute meaningfully to the society. Honorable Chair, with respect to socioeconomic rights, headway is being made in bringing services closer to the people. Access to water is currently 80%, and the rural electrification project has resulted in 96% availability of electricity in rural areas. There has been progress in the health sector, where maternal health and infant mortality have been well addressed. Maternal deaths per 1,000 births have reduced by 80% in the past 7 years, the period which has witnessed a 1/3 reduction in the under 5 mortality rate. These transformative gains on the right to life are testament to Tanzania's comprehensive approach to maternal, newborn, and child health. Honorable Chair, the impact of climate-related challenges have negatively affected lives of women, and the governments recognize the right to live in a clean and safe environment. It is for this reason that Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, has been championing the use of clean cooking energy through a nationwide program and encouraging women to stop using charcoal, as it is women and girls who are the most affected by using charcoal and firewood as a source of energy for cooking. Honorable Chair, the United Republic of Tanzania is a staunch believer that the promotion and protection of human and people's rights cannot be achieved in isolation. Therefore, the government works with development partners, civil society, and other actors who share a common vision to ensure that the men, women, and children of the United Republic of Tanzania enjoy and benefit from the human and people's rights as provided by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other international and regional treaties we have ratified. Honorable Chair, I thank you. Asante sana.
Merci beaucoup. Nous souhaitons à votre pays des élections réussies en octobre 2025.
Successful elections in October 2025. So we would like to express satisfaction with President Suluhu Hassan, and she's a strong fighter in the field of energy in the African Union. Let me now call on Ambassador Inyambe of Eritrea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
It gives me a great pleasure to address the 83rd organization of the ACHPR. Typically, under this agenda item, addressing the situation of human rights in Africa, member states share progress achieved and challenges faced in the promotion and protection of human rights in their respective countries. This time around, my delegation has opted to use this agenda item to share its views on the unfolding structural transformation at the global and continental levels that necessitate the ACHPR and the AU in general to act proactively with the aim of readjusting ideas, policies, and actions aimed at promoting the long-term interests of our continent. My delegation will share under the other thematic agenda items the efforts Eritrea is making, the progress registered in safeguarding the human rights of its population. The international system is going through rapid realignment, and the unipolar power structure is in a state of transition or flux. Consequently, the core ideas that underpin the fading system are no longer accepted as the only options. In the realm of human rights, those who once claimed to be its guardians has often overlooked egregious atrocities committed by their allies. In the view of this delegation, now is the opportune time for Africa to reassert ownership and control over its human rights agenda, align its human rights priorities with that of the broader continental agenda, and for countries of the continent to reassert their role as the primary actors in the promotion and protection of human rights of their populations. Mr. Chairperson, the universality and indivisibility of human rights is a widely accepted principle. Furthermore, as underscored in the preamble of the ACHPR, member states of the AU pledged to take into consideration the virtues of, and I will quote, the virtues of the historical tradition and the values of African civilization, which should inspire and characterize the reflection on the concept of human and people's rights. In reality, however, the global human rights architecture fails to recognize African countries as equal stakeholders. Over the last several decades, the discourse on human rights was framed in a way that scorns African countries for their shortcomings, naming and shaming them by instrumentalizing selective human rights mechanisms, unilateral annual reports, NGO statements, and sensational media reports. Indeed, African countries are not held accountable solely through the normative assessment procedures set out in the international treaties. It's commonplace to observe countries who claim ownership of human rights values feel entitled to judge whimsically the performance of African countries at every opportunity they get. It's worth mentioning that the recent disclosure by the US government on the financing of NGOs working in the human rights advocacy has substantiated the long-held views by many skeptics that the primary role of many of these organizations is to provide cover for the political agendas of the financiers and amplify the talking points prepared by the funders. Taking this into account, it's important to underscore that the principle of sovereign equality of states remain relevant in the realm of human rights. External entities should discard their paternalistic attitude and that discourse on human rights be centered on mutual respect and constructive dialogue. Mr. Chairperson, the Banjul Charter is unique in its emphasis on people's rights. The Charter also makes strong emphasis on the right to development. As enshrined in its preamble, the Charter reflected the consensus of the time by paying, and I quote, particular attention to the right to development and that civil and political rights cannot be dissociated from economic, social, and cultural rights in their conception as well as universality, and that the satisfaction of economic, social, and cultural rights is a guarantee for the enjoyment of civil and political rights. These unique aspects seem to have gradually faded under pressure from external entities that prioritize individual rights and ridicule group rights, focus on civil and political rights at the expense of social, economic, and cultural rights, try to steer the discourse to fashionable concepts relevant to increasingly smaller portions of society over basic principles that impact the lives of the overwhelming majority of the population. In this regard, it's our considered view that the human rights architecture at the continental level has to be recalibrated to give attention to people's rights, including social, economic, and cultural rights, on an equal basis as individual and civil and political rights. Mr. Chairperson, it's crucial to underscore that African countries shoulder the primary responsibility for the promotion and protection of human rights of their populations. The priority of the human rights architecture should reflect the priority of the overwhelming majority of the African population to live a life of dignity through self-reliant societal efforts. The promotion and protection of human rights require long-term efforts, and that is filled with challenges, complexities, and setbacks along the way. Thus, assessments on the fulfillment of human rights objectives have to take into consideration national, continental, and global objective situations. Equally important is that the human rights agenda should be viewed as part and parcel of the broader nation-building process. Mr. Chairperson, to conclude, my delegation wished to humbly share with this session the above-mentioned points motivated by the desire to contribute to the discussion and that ensuring that the continental human rights architecture makes use of the opportunity provided by the fast-changing international system to craft a truly Africa-owned, Africa-controlled, continental human rights architecture that prioritizes the needs and desires of the majority of the African population and that's capable of effecting positive change primarily by utilizing domestic capacity. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Bignam, pour cette très belle réflexion sur l'architecture des droits de l'homme sur notre continent.
On our continent. Now I'll give the floor. We move to national human rights institutions. There are some states which sought the floor and have already presented their declarations. The Mauritanian National Human Rights Commission, Secretary General, NHRI, you have the floor. Mauritania.
Sorry, representative of the civil society, all participants, protocol observed. I'm pleased to attend this 83rd session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The Mauritanian Commission for Human Rights is a constitutional consultative body established with a view of promoting human rights in the continent. In cooperation between the concerned government institutions and civil society relating to or dealing with matters of human rights. The role of this commission is going hand in hand with what has been stated in the human rights institutions, that it is playing its role as stated in the law number 16 of 2024 to carry out its functions. We also play a consultative role in the area of promoting human rights, which is the responsibility of all. The Commission played an effective role in promoting human rights at the different levels, starting with the administrative, legal, and security apparatus. We have established a body for training of judges and legal officers to promote and to establish the human rights in accordance with the standards of human rights at the international level. These training sessions were preceded by other training for the police officers and prison guards on the area of human rights concepts, and this was done in collaboration with the International Human Rights Commissions. As for improving the judicial processes with regard to the rights of the civilians and the immigrants, we conducted field visits to the prisons and detention centers of all over the country. And accordingly, we managed to prepare a report about the status of the immigrants and prisoners and recommended on improving the situation of these detention centers and to facilitate and expedite the judicial processes in their cases. All these come within the context of registering the number of foreigners residing in our country and to know about their whereabouts. This is in line with the principles that we agreed upon and protection of the rights of the immigrants and recording their status and to put an end to the illegal immigration and human trafficking. The objective of these visits was to focus on how to protect human rights, and accordingly the Mauritanian Human Rights Commission concluded by expressing its content of what has happened. And we also would like to thank the government for all and its organs for all the efforts exerted in facilitating our roles, and also would like to praise the great role that is being carried by the civil society in Mauritania in the area of promotion and protection of the human rights in general. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this information on the prisoners and human trafficking, etc. The National Human Rights Commission of Burundi You have the floor. 60 Muri Muni Ramba. Are you in the hall? There. The National Human Rights Commission, Algeria. Not present. The Benin Human Rights Commission, Jean-Paul Serge, General Rapporteur. Is he present? Liberia Independent National Human Rights Commission, the Executive Director. Are you present? Liberia? It's not there. Before we move to NGOs, I'd like to come back to international institutions which are partners. The Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on Indigenous Peoples, Albert Barume. You have the floor if you're present. Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate you and the entire Bureau. It is a great opportunity, dear delegates of states and delegates from international organizations, as well as national human rights institutions. Chair, I indeed wanted to speak to this subject because the rights of indigenous persons globally face major difficulties. Chair, I am not the rapporteur of indigenous persons in Africa only. I do so for the continent, but permit me to go through quickly with a few minutes I have to say that these peoples globally suffer from a violation of their rights in a particular manner, and that is why, having been appointed the first rapporteur of the rights of indigenous persons in Africa, I've noticed that in different continents, just like in Africa, these people suffer from the fact that they are not known or the misunderstanding of their rights. And that is why I believe that this time should be used to explain what is specific as far as these rights are concerned. Mr. Chair, permit me to continue in English.
Structured well enough to govern themselves or to enjoy equal rights, most notably the right to own land, right to territory and resources. This violation affects not only the body but also the minds of the victim, whose self-esteem is severely destroyed, making them absolutely feeling worthless, often ending up in alcohol abuse, drug abuse, homelessness, and other such situations. The trauma from this very particular violation is transgenerational, and indigenous women are particularly vulnerable because in addition to being discriminated as women, they also suffer from being indigenous women. Mr. Chair, children from those communities are very particular victims. They are often ridiculed at school by others. They drop out of studies at early ages, and they tend to feel ashamed of their cultural identity. The human rights victim to whom this regime was devised, the regime of indigenous peoples, are not just the poor, Mr. President. Their situation is beneath poverty, is something cynical. Mr. Chair, these very particular human rights claims arrived to the Human Rights Commission in early 2000. The African Commission, this commission, then undertook a study grounded in the following research questions. Are there in Africa communities that have experienced or continue to experience identical or similar racial prejudice view against themselves or against their traditional livelihood? Are there communities whose cultures are seen as backward, as Stone Age-like, who are perceived as unusing land, resources, and territories? The African Commission, this commission, Mr. Chair, came to the same conclusion, that yes, in the post-colonial Africa, there are communities, and I quote of the report, victims of particular human rights abuse. Those communities are perceived negatively by dominating mainstream as having a backward culture. They exist and they are threatened in their very existence. The African Commission went further to say that those communities in certain countries are seen as subhuman, dirty, lazy, greedy, stupid, and having livelihoods that should not exist in modern time. Mr. Chair, the African Commission indeed did found that the term indigenous peoples as a human right concept does not mean being first on a land in reference to aboriginality as opposed in other continent. The Commission said, and I quote, "It is a human right concept through which those groups or communities who identify themselves as indigenous people and who experience particular form of discrimination, subordination, and marginalization because of their particular cultures, they call for attention through that human right concept called indigenous peoples." Mr. Chair, the Commission concludes by saying, first, indigenous people is a human right concept. Second, it does not mean being first on a given land or country in exclusion of other groups. Third, it refers to limited number of traditional African communities, mostly hunter-gatherers and nomadic pastoralists. It does not, last the Commission concluded, it does not seek to impair state or to threaten their territorial integrity. Mr. Chair, this work of the African Commission have been groundbreaking, Mr. Chair. It has been globally recognized by the United Nations, by other regions, and it is today a huge and important reference. Mr. Chair, let me try to conclude my statements by saying just one aspect of my mandate as a Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on the right of indigenous people. Mr. Chair, the mandate rests on 4 pillars, but just let me rest on one of those pillars, which is the country visits. Mr. Chair, the United Nations Special Rapporteur is expected to issue requests for mission. I have done so to almost 15 countries, and I was lucky enough, Mr. Chair, to receive my first acceptance of a country visit by Botswana. I thank the government of Botswana for accepting this visit request and for enabling me, as first African Special Rapporteur on the right of indigenous people, to have my first visit to the African continent. Mr. Chair, the African continent and your commission should and is very proud of its contribution to the global concept of indigenous people globally. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you, the special rapporteur, for that summary on the situation of indigenous people. You are a friend of the Commission. You have been working with the Commission for quite a while, so feel free, feel comfortable. Let me now come back to the list of national human rights institutions. IT, can you show on the screen the list? I never had Mali in my list. One was Mauritania, but then Mali has just informed us that they were on the list. But the list that I have does not contain their name. But all the same, I will ask the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Mali to take the floor. You have 7 minutes, then I will move on to the NGOs. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished commissioners of human rights, their representatives of the national human rights institutions, human rights defense organization, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. The National Commission of Human Rights of Mali is an independent administrative authority established by law 2016. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Sorry, the interpreters cannot hear. It has also been charged with the protection of human rights defenders. Since March 2022, we have been accredited to status A because we have complied with the Paris principles on behalf of Article 5 of the law establishing the National Human Rights Commission. Inter alia, it has been charged to develop cooperation in the field of human rights with the institutions of the Republic, United Nations organs, and regional institutions. So it is in that regard that we submit to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights the following statement relating to the situation of human rights in Mali from November 2024 to April 2025. During the period under review, the Mali Human Rights Institution was renewed, and I have the honor and privilege to head this team for a 7-year mandate. Mali, since 2012, is experiencing a multidimensional crisis which is impacting the population. In addition, there is the political crisis characterized by the constitutional rupture for 5 years now, and the energy crisis which is impeding the national economy. All the above, in most cases, has led to violations of human rights throughout the Malian territory. The consideration of the situation of human rights in Mali from November 2024 to April 2025 indicates that significant efforts have been done and challenges prevail. Among the efforts, one can cite the adoption of the new criminal code on the 13th December 2024, which characterizes a milestone in the fight against for the fight to protect human rights. This text represses henceforth human rights violations such as slavery, gender-based violence, and assimilated practices, human trafficking, And also, there is need to underscore in this text the possibility henceforth for the institution to assist people who are on a remand and victims, the establishment of a college of freedom, and this would statuate on allocating mandates and the release of private individuals, the establishment of a criminal chamber within each court, first instance court, would enable to deliver justice within a reasonable time frame. The appointment of a new commissioner at the National Commission of Human Rights in Mali on the 24th December 2024 is indeed an achievement when it comes to adherence to human rights. Within the framework of the fight against impunity, some offenses committed by soldiers in the theater of operations have also been brought to court. Furthermore, the recruitment of 118 lawyers and 120 registrars should allow for the improvement of the quality of the services provided by the justice system. When it comes to corporations, legal corporations, joint efforts of the government and the National Human Rights Commission have facilitated the transfer of Mr. Yaz Cisse, a Malian citizen who was sentenced to life imprisonment in Mauritania for more than 10 years for an offense that he says he did not commit. He was transferred to a Malian prison to serve the rest of the term. We would like to thank the Mauritanian, our Mauritanian counterparts for their involvement. These efforts, significant efforts, should not, however, push under the carpet serious challenges which inter alia, when it comes to civic and political rights, the civil space is shrinking, and this is characterized by arrests, disappearances, forced disappearances of several stakeholders in politics and media, the adoption of a bill to repeal the law on political parties. Slavery is still continuing in Mali, especially in Kai, Kita, Noro, Nara, Tombouctou, Gao, and Kidal. If we have noted there is a diminution of physical violence within the convening of special meetings of 2023. However, expropriation of land is being amplified. Social health, culture, and the period under review was characterized by persistence of crisis, especially on the economic sphere, including the informal sector. The right to health and education have also been impacted, especially in the conflict areas. People in situation of vulnerability have borne the brunt of violations. Several cases of violation of human rights based on gender issues have been recorded under the period under review. We would like, therefore, to recommend to put in place a better protection of civil space through the promotion of fundamental laws, adopt a specific law on slavery and analog practices, enhance support, provision of electricity, and also to support the SMEs with a view to boosting the economy, to create conditions for a return to basic social services, and also to adopt a specific law on gender-based violence. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, their participant, that was the end of our presentation, and we would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Professor and Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Mali. Mali has had institutional issues for some quite time now, but does not mean that you should be isolated because human rights is still an exemption. We have already received Burkina Faso here, even though sanctions are still being imposed. And as chair of the commission, you have to ensure. Please remain in touch with us, and we would like to thank you, congratulate you for your current appointment, your recent appointment. You have even requested for academic visits so that we can pinpoint the realities in Mali. So we would like you to facilitate that because you have the powers to do so. I will now look at the list of NGOs. I would now call upon Tunisian League of Human Rights, Ahmed Atalia. NGOs now.
I'd like to point to the violations of in Egypt. The government of Egypt is continuing to violate the rights of civilians in the areas of repression, as well as attacking the civilian gatherings and abusing the laws of combating terrorism. An environment of fear is spreading all over the country due to the government policies. The legal policies of Egypt contains laws like the anti-terrorism laws, laws of internet crimes, and other laws. They were formed in a way that is too vague to attack the civilians, the lawyers, and civilian people who want to express their opinions about the political situation. In 2024, the anti-terrorism departments in the governments issued a number of laws without releasing any of the detainees. And these departments are dealing with more than 100 cases that were referred by the security departments of the Ministry of Interior in a violation of the equality before the law and protection of the rights of the detainees. Mr. President, I would like to raise the issue of the prolonged detention of the political opponents, such as Ala Abdel Fattah, Muhammad Adil, and others. The Egyptian government also continuing to use to put the detainees in several cases without releasing them. And this prolongation of keeping the detainees in custody, such in people like former presidential contestants, is continuing to violate human rights of the people. There are so many cases targeting the political opponents in Egypt and detaining more than 100 persons who participated in the elections, in the previous elections. The government of Egypt also continued to detain many people who were supporting the Palestinian cause, in addition to journalists like Muhammad Hadi, Ashraf Omar, and others, just because they are criticizing the regime. Many of the civilians who are suffering from the economic and social situation were targeted and detained. On another area, the torture in Egypt is prevailing in the different detention centers, besides the deterioration situation of the prisons like prison of Badr and the 10th of October. And in according to international human rights, these prisons witnessed a number of death cases of detainees, besides the restriction of visits to the detainees. And accordingly, many cases of hunger strikes are very common in the Egyptian prisons. Mr. President, despite what the government is saying about the improvement of the human rights, the situation in ground shows that human rights are widely violated, and accordingly we call upon the country rapporteurs to come and check the situation in Egypt and to compel the government to abide by international human rights standards by putting end to the torture and opening the civil space and release the detainees for prolonged periods of time due to their participation in the areas of expression of their human rights. Thank you.
please remind us the name of your organization. Can you kindly remind us the name of your NGO, sir? I believe that the interpreters did right. I called the Tunisian League on Human Rights Defense. I don't know how come you are here, that you have taken the floor on behalf of another organization. No, it was not you I gave the floor to. I called the Tunisian League for Human Rights Defenders. That is not your organization. So why did you take the floor? No, things don't work that way. Please don't do that again. You should get in touch with the Secretariat to rectify this error. In any event, your declaration has not been taken into consideration because you have spoken on behalf of somebody else without telling us. An organization was recorded here, registered here, and you took the floor on that name, on that behalf. So please don't do that again. The Secretariat will get in touch with you to inform you what how we will deal with such association, such attitude.
Chair, Remy Lungu, Commissioner Bomo for Angola, all protocols duly observed. I would like to take the opportunity to intervene during this session to, on behalf of some of civil society organizations from Angola, to report cases of violation of human rights in Angola that show the risk faced by defenders of human rights during the exercise of their work, in the exercise of their fundamental freedom that requires a response from the Commission. 29th March, 6 young people, 5 women and 1 man, were detained by the national police in Rwanda. And these young ladies that were part of an association were waiting for other participants to start a pacific march for the end of violence against women and girls. Although they followed all the legal requirements by law, including previous communication or notification, they were detained by the commandant Philip Kumbagwan that alleged lack of authorization. And after they left the material for the march, and after indicating that they will not continue, they were harassed and forced to go with the police. During the detaining process, all the mobile phones were taken, and they were not allowed to talk with their family and lawyers. And they were transferred from police stations without legal procedures. The situation became serious, and they were isolated, humiliated by the police. And this situation, Chair, is a violation of Article 11 of the African Charter that recognized the right of peaceful association, and Article 6, the right to personal safety and freedom of speech, and doesn't follow the directive of the right of meetings and declaration of the principles of protection and promotion of defenses of human rights in Africa.
On the 26th April of 2025, the movement of students had a peaceful march in Luanda to denounce the bad condition of public schools and the lack of drinking water and basic sanitation, toilets and materials for teachers. And this march was interrupted by the authorities, including the provincial government of Luanda, the police, the national police. But during that day, there was a violence against these protesters and detained 30 young people, including the head of the movement. This repression is a violation of the freedom because 8 of these young people were judged. This violation that is of the freedom of meetings and the use of force and judgment against peaceful protesters is worrying. And the situation is aggravated by the fact that the organizers of these manifestations have followed all the legal requirements, which shows that it's a repressive action. So we call the Commission to reiterate the obligation of the Angolan government to respect the African Charter and investigate all these acts of violation that took place on the 26th and 29th March. And we recommend the revocation of all measures that were taken to these students. Chair, to conclude, the freedom for manifestation is an important and essential right, and not its violation puts in risk the future of the youth in Angola. The Commission should call the government to clarify this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. We would kindly request you to submit that speech to the country rapporteur, Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, so that she can peruse it and take action accordingly. Dr. Jafet Biegon, Amnesty International.
Third year. It continues to decimate the country. Over the last 2 years, parties to the conflict have committed heinous atrocities and inflicted unimaginable suffering on civilians. They have bombed markets, IDP camps, and hospitals. They have tortured and starved civilians. They have rounded up people and killed them. As a consequence of these atrocities, tens of thousands of people have been killed, many more have been injured. Conflict-related sexual violence has also been a persistent feature of the conflict. Honorable Chairperson, ahead of the 2-year anniversary of the outbreak of the conflict, Amnesty International released new research showing that the rapid support forces have inflicted widespread sexual violence on women and girls throughout the conflict, humiliate, assert control, and displace communities across the country. Our report documents rape, gang rape, sexual slavery, and other forms of torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment against women and girls. Survivors have suffered severe physical and psychological trauma with little access to essential post-rape care. They told Amnesty International that they need immediate medical checkups and treatment, justice and accountability for violations, and protection from further violence. The widespread sexual and other violence by the RSF is happening against the backdrop of decades of impunity for such crimes where perpetrators went unpunished. In this context, Honorable Chairperson, the ongoing investigation by the Joint Fact-Finding Mission is a crucial first step towards bringing the perpetrators to justice. We urge the fact-finding mission to comprehensively cover and document sexual violence in its investigations and its final report. Pending the publication of this report, Honorable Chairperson, Amnesty International calls on the African Commission to call for an increase in emergency humanitarian funding for Sudan, including for the establishment of protection, care, treatment, and support mechanism for survivors of sexual violence. Funding must also be allocated to essential services such as psychological and trauma care for the survivors. Honorable Chairperson, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the situation is alarming too. Since capturing Goma in January, the Rwandan-backed M23 armed group has engaged in systematic human rights abuses. The actions of the group include hospital raids, the abduction of patients and soldiers, and torture and other ill treatment of human rights defenders. Amnesty International has also documented cases of gang rape committed by M23 after its seizures of Goma and Bukavu. Humanitarian organizations have also reported an alarming increase in rapes and other sexual violence cases in North and South Kivu. These atrocities have instilled a climate of fear and reprisal, rooted in a long legacy of impunity. We urge the African Union to continue to exert increased pressure on all parties to the conflict to protect civilians and ensure the humane treatment of detainees in accordance with international humanitarian law. We also call on the African Union to expose those enabling these atrocities, to establish robust accountability process that include prompt, independent, impartial investigations, and full reparations for survivors. Thank you. Shukrani Bwana Mwenyekiti.
Thank you, Japhet, for recounting the situation in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have taken note. Is he not there, Mr. Said?
Commissioners and distinguished delegates, Human Rights Watch welcomes the opportunity to address this 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission. We commend the Commission's continued efforts to uphold human rights across the continent. We urge the Commission to closely examine Zimbabwe's human rights record during its review at this session. Despite some reforms, the government continues to suppress dissent through arbitrary arrests and politically motivated prosecutions, harassment of journalists, and excessive use of force against protesters. Zimbabwean authorities have long used domestic law as an instrument of repression. The rights to freedom of association and expression of non-governmental organizations have been sharply curtailed. Civil society activists and opposition members have faced intimidation, harassment, repression, abduction, and torture. The judiciary's independence remains compromised and impunity for past abuses persists. We call on the Commission to press Zimbabwe to uphold its human rights, ensure judicial independence, and hold perpetrators of human rights violations accountable. In some African countries, counterterrorism operations have led to extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances. Security forces in countries including, but not limited to, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, and Mozambique have been implicated in serious human rights abuses under the guise of combating terrorism. Governments have collaborated with abusive self-defense militias or created their own voluntary untrained forces, which they have failed to control, and this has resulted in massive human rights violations committed with almost total impunity. The authorities have accused certain ethnic populations of collaborating with Islamist fighters, and those populations have been targeted in these operations, such as the Fulani in Burkina Faso. We urge the Commission to investigate these violations and advocate for accountability and adherence to international human rights standards in all counterterrorism operations. The negotiations between the United Kingdom and Mauritius or Chagos Islands has to prioritize the rights of Chagosian people. The forced displacement of Chagosians, an indigenous people, by the UK and the US governments, and the continued deprivation of their access to ancestral lands constitutes a grave injustice and an ongoing colonial crime against humanity based on systematic racism and ethnic discrimination. We call on the Commission to support the Chagosians' rights to return, restitution, and full reparation, and to ensure their voices are central in any agreements concerning their homeland. The escalating situation in Sudan and the Eastern DRC have resulted in widespread atrocities, including mass killings, sexual violence, and forced displacement. Warring parties have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity. Attacks against particular ethnic groups have become more prevalent, including evidence of ethnic cleansing in Sudan. We urge the Commission to intensify its engagement with respective governments to protect civilians, facilitate humanitarian access, and hold accountable those responsible for human rights violations. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, we call on the Commission to, 1, ensure Zimbabwe addresses ongoing human rights abuses and upholds the rule of law. 2, investigate and condemn extrajudicial killings and other abuses in counterterrorism operations across the continent. 3, advocate for the rights of the Chagosian people in the UK-Mauritius treaty negotiations. Finally, 4, and take decisive action to address the human rights and humanitarian crisis and widespread impunity in the conflicts in Sudan and the Eastern DRC. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Mabasa Fall. Chair, I have the honor. Who is speaking? Traore Disa. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Mabasa. Thank you very much. Chair, the International Federation for Human Rights appreciates the opportunity given to it to address this meeting. It follows with a lot of concern this human rights situation in Africa. We are indeed concerned with the conflict in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, and in the Sahel region. Chair, the recent escalation in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo brought to light the reality of interference of external forces in this region. The continuous invasion of the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo under the pretext of poor governance cannot be used as a reason to attack that part of the country which is very rich in natural resources. Unfortunately, the effect on the civilian population is not completely available because the belligerent parties attack journalists and those who try to document the situation in this part of the Congo. Chair, while recognizing the missions taken by the African Union in conjunction with the main countries and the regional blocs to resolve the conflict, would instantly like to call for the real reasons of the conflict to be identified. Would also like to call on the fact that where the sovereignty of the Democratic Republic of Congo is violated to exploit its mineral resources, this should be criticized and those responsible should be identified and criticized and called upon to respect the territorial integrity of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The African Union Peace and Security Council has called on the chair of the AU to send a mission of inquiry to the Congo. That was during a meeting in January, but this request has not been implemented 3 months later at a time when we are meeting here in Banjul. This lateness in action of the implementation of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union is indeed an issue of concern. There's also Sudan, which is also a cause for concern and a major disaster. Chair, since right up to April 2025, the war in Sudan has entered its third year. As regards the statistics on this war on civilians, they are flagrant, and there is no reason why this conflict should be going on. Chair, we strongly condemn the coordinated attacks against civilians by the Rapid Intervention Forces. These Rapid Intervention Forces have attacked El Fasher and the Al Bushu camp, killing, I repeat, killing at least 40 civilians. In the past 3 weeks, more than 140 people have been killed. Even in Khartoum, people have been killed. While recognizing the effort of the Commission to implement the work of this mission of inquiry in Sudan, we believe that more should be done in the war in Sudan. And the time is now for us to propose responses to deal with this situation, to see how more efficient responses could be implemented in this conflict. Chair, unfortunately, I've not ended with the dark picture of Africa. Yes, there's another region where there's insecurity and violation of human rights violations. That's the Sahel region, which comprises notably Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Chad. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, in this region, civilians continue to be victims of persistent violence, where they are attacked not only by Islamic insurgents and non-state fighters, but also by national security forces. For instance, in Burkina Faso, recently we saw Burkinabe forces and their allied militia target civilians and commit generalized abuses towards the civilian population. This militarized approach as counter-insurrection, which target entire communities, should not be tolerated. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the human rights situation in Africa, while today we are meeting here in Banjul, one of us, Musa Changari, one of the major human rights defenders in Niger, who has worked with us at the 81st session in this regard, was arrested upon return on the 3rd of December 2024, and he's still in prison in Niamey. False accusations against him have been made that he's a terrorist. He is facing life imprisonment or even a death sentence. The African Union Commission must continue to exert pressure on the government of Niger for the release of Changari and many other human rights defenders who are in prison. There's also Guinea, where this problem of civil space or disappearance of human rights defenders takes place. But I would like to focus on the fight against impunity. Chair, I'll be negligent if I end my address without talking about our disappointment as a result of the former dictator of Guinea, Dadis Camara, who was imprisoned as a result of the massacres of 2019. We should fight against impunity because impunity in different situations such as Sudan and other countries has continued to affect the lives of people. To end, Chair would like to call on the Commission to exert pressure on all African states, all stakeholders, and non-state stakeholders, be it in the Sahel or in Niger or anywhere, to cease repression and violation of human rights against their citizens, to open quick and impartial investigations. And Chair, finally, would like to call on the Commission of the African Union to follow the decisions and implement the decisions of the African Peace and Security. Thank you. Council, thank you. Thank you for the report on the situation in Sudan, Sahel, and the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The country rapporteurs have followed and they are making use of your information. I'll give the floor to international lawyers. Mai Ama, one of their representatives, could take the floor. International Lawyers Association. You have 5 minutes.
Continues to support the work of the African Commission. At the same time, we are increasingly concerned with some of the direction in which the Commission is going. We are particularly concerned about the restrictive interpretation of Article 59.1. We support the views of civil society, actors in the litigants group that call for greater transparency and more timely action by the Commission. For example, we hope that the Commission will act to ensure that its decisions and communications are immediately communicated to concerned parties and that these parties are allowed to immediately make the decisions public. We believe that this will serve the interests of all parties and the interests of human and people's rights in Africa. We regret that there are communications that have been before the Commission for almost 2 decades that have not been dealt with by the Commission. Lack of translation or other administrative concerns are not legitimate reasons for denying Africans a timely, impartial, and independent determination of their communication. Secondly, we ask the Commission to be proactive in encouraging peace in Sudan, where the ongoing violence continues to form the greatest impediment to the human and people's rights of Sudanese. To this end, we encourage the Commission to reach to all parties that this armed conflict to ensure that they understand the need to respect the African Charter even during an armed conflict. On the impacts of climate change on human and people's rights in Africa. As we have noted in our the study must reiterate the common but differentiated intergenerational and historical responsibilities of all states, especially those in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Annex 2 states. These responsibilities are at the heart of protecting the human and people's rights of Africans. We also regret that in seeking comments on the Zero Draft at its 79th ordinary session, which we attended in full, the Commission did not reach out to our NGO or the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to invite us to a meeting on the study held with civil society during the session. This happened despite the fact that both of these observers have been at the forefront internationally in fighting for climate action that protects the human and people's rights of Africans. Since the Zero Draft was circulated, the Commission has continued to ignore the views of these organizations by neither responding to their comments or inviting them to participate in further discussions of the study. We also again welcome the Commission's apparent decision to study the impact of climate change on indigenous people's rights, on indigenous people in Africa. We hope that the Commission will reach out to the stakeholders mentioned above concerning this study, and we also request that a report, and if possible, a written reply to our question as to what is the state of this work and how can observers contribute to it. Finally, we again recall that the Charter recognizes that as long as Zionism exists, African states cannot be fully liberated. We welcome the Commission's resolution on the serious breaches of international law by Israel and reiterating support for the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, adopted at its 81st ordinary session. We urge the Commission to take further action to ensure that its resolution is given meaning by adopting a subsequent resolution supporting the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement for Palestine as a legitimate and peaceful means of protesting, supporting to end the ongoing genocide. We hope that the Commission will give this recommendation serious consideration, and we remain willing to engage with any interested commissioners on this matter. Thank you so much.
I'll now call Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa, CIAN Network.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished commissioners and delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa, CIAN Network, an indigenous feminist network of over 200 grassroots women-led organization working across Uganda, Sudan, South Sudan, Somali, Djibouti, and Ethiopia. Across the Horn of Africa, women and girls are under siege. We are facing brutal and coordinated backlash through laws, weapons, and harmful traditional practices and religious edicts, undermining body autonomy, shrinking civil space, and silencing dissent. From our documentation efforts, we share with you a snapshot of this reality emerging from the ground. In Sudan, conflict-related sexual violence continues to be used as a deliberate weapon of war. To date, CIHA has verified 372 cases of CRSV, predominantly involving gang rape, and 24.8 involving children as survivors, largely perpetrated by the Rapid Support Forces. This excludes the 230 documented cases of enforced disappearance. We have also recorded instances of sexual slavery, forced marriage, and transactional sex for survival, with women from minority ethnic groups such as the Masalit, Fo, and Zaghawa specifically targeted. In parallel, we are deeply alarmed by the detention of over 300 women in Wad Madani, Gadarif, Port Sudan, and Dilinj, arrested under the vague anti-terror law by the Sudanese armed forces, often tied to their social-economic status, based on their ethnicity, or for simply residing in an RSF-controlled territory. This level of impunity in Sudan is deafening. In South Sudan, the violence is no less horrifying. In WAU alone, CIHA documented 734 cases of GBV in 2024. That amounts to at least 2 women or girls raped every day. Within just the first 2 months of 2025, we have already recorded 130 additional cases. Our network of partners and women human rights defenders on the ground report targeted for peacefully protesting deteriorating security situation in the country and for demanding accountability. Several have faced harassment by state security actors, some have been unlawfully detained, and others have withdrawn from activism altogether, silenced by fear, repression, and lack of protection of their work. In Somalia, more than 1,200 cases of sexual violence was reported last year, but the actual figure is far higher due to the widespread stigma and underreporting. Nearly 98% of women have undergone FGM, and a proposed bill could outrightly legalize child marriage in the country. CIHA has already received an alarming number of reports of child marriages with girls as young as 8 being married off. Somali's outdated family law from 1975 still allows marriage at poverty, leaving girls unprotected. Perpetrators of sexual violence and forced marriage often evade justice, shielded by clan-based structure and religious justification. The removal of women from the ministry's title only deepens concerns about the government's retreat from protecting women's rights, in addition to the unlawful arrest of key women human rights activists, journalists, and political and religious leaders driving gender equality in the country. Sexual violence and femicide continue to be on the rise in Ethiopia. Our August 2024 survey found that nearly 55% of respondents cited GBV as one of the most. In September 2024, a 7-year-old girl, Haven Ewet, was brutally murdered in Bahir Dar, one of the country's most shocking cases of femicide. This is just one of the many related cases on this issue. Just this January, a hijab ban in Axiom left Muslim girls without recourse. Civic space continues to shrink as 4 human rights defenders organizations, including 2 CIHA members, were suspended last December. Your Excellencies, Mr. Chair, this is not just a report for CIHA, it's a cry from the ground. We call on the Commission to hold the member states accountable under the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol, condemn these atrocities, particularly the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war in Sudan, demand justice for survival in ending recurrent cycle of impunity, push for the ratification and implementation of the Maputo Protocol in states that had yes to document, and then the African Convention on ending violence against women. Urge the immediate action to safeguard women human rights defenders and women leaders facing harassment and repression. The women in the Horn of Africa are not giving up, but we need the full weight of this action behind us. Thank you.
distinguished states delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Human Rights Institute of South Africa is privileged to present a statement on the human rights situation in Africa and bring to your attention the alarming erosion of human rights in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Eswatini. The African Union 2025 theme, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent, through reparations, calls for the recognition and redress of historical injustices like slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. In South Africa, the legacy of apartheid still affects millions, with deep inequalities in land ownership, education, and economic opportunities. The recent passing of the expropriation bill allows the government to seize land without compensation to address this injustice, especially since a 2017 audit found that 72% of farmland remains in white ownership. While some of this is necessary for justice and transformation, critics, including the US President Donald Trump, has viewed this as a threat to property rights and retaliated by terminating funding to South Africa from the US aid. This tension reflects the broader challenge of balancing historical redress with global political and economic pressures. And in terms of shrinking civic space, in South Africa, a recent and high-profile case is the assassination of Muzen Hendricks, believed to be the world
Madame
most...
Cathy,
Oui?
diminuez la vitesse des interprètes
okay.
avec la main.
Okay, merci. In South Africa, a recent and high-profile case is the assassination of Muzen Hendricks, believed to be the world's first openly gay imam. On 15 February 2025, Hendricks was ambushed and fatally shot in Gambia while on his way to officiate a same-sex wedding. Known globally for his advocacy on behalf of LGBTIQ+, Hendricks had reportedly received numerous death threats before his death. Just weeks later, in March 2025, South Africa experienced another tragic loss with the assassination of Pamela Mabini, a well-known whistleblower and community activist. On 7th March, Mabini was shot outside her home in KwaZulu-Natal, Gambia. As the head of the Mero Foundation, she played a key role in exposing the alleged crimes of tele-evangelist Timothy Omotoso, who was facing charges of rape, human trafficking, and racketeering. Her visible support for victims and active presence in court proceedings likely made her a target for retaliation. And Zimbabwe faced criticism for its shrinking civic space and intensifying crackdown on LGBTIQ+ rights. In October 2024, police uncovered a WhatsApp group facilitating same-sex relationships, leading to the arrest and renewed enforcement of anti-homosexual laws. ZANU-PF reaffirmed its anti-LGBTIQ stance at its 21st National People's Conference, vowing to tighten these laws. Meanwhile, prominent activist Professor Talent Ruzere was arrested and charged with immigration violation and incitement after allegedly calling for regional protests over a disputed election in Mozambique. Her claims to have been tortured and blindfolded during his arrest. He was denied bail, and Ruzere's case has drawn regional attention to Zimbabwe's treatment of human rights defenders and the ongoing suppression of dissent. On 24 February, Zimbabwe journalist Bless Mahlanga was arrested and charged with transmitting data messages that incite violence or damage to property after interviewing a war veteran who criticized President Mnangagwa. And in Eswatini continues to experience a severe crackdown on trade union leaders and activists, reflecting a broader pattern of repression under King Mswati absolute monarchy. The government has employed tactics such as police raids, arbitrary arrest, and the use of outdated laws to intimidate and silence dissent voices. For instance, on 18 February 2025, King Mswati police heavily assaulted Lord Vilakazi, the Secretary General of the Swaziland National Association of Teachers, merely for demanding outstanding salaries due to the SNAD president, Bongwa Dlamini. Okay.
Concluez, Madame Cathy.
Okay. And with regards to Zimbabwe, President Emerson has signed the private voluntary organization into law, significantly altering Zimbabwe's legal landscape for civic and non-governmental organizations. We call upon the African Commission on Human and People's Rights through its special mandate to do the following: urged the Kingdom of Eswatini to repeal of all regressive legislation to end torture, inhuman and degrading treatment of citizens, including decent human rights defenders, by encouraging dialogue on constitutional democracy, and call on the government of Zimbabwe to immediately review and amend the PVO Act in line with regional and international human rights standards, particularly Article 10 and Article 9 of the African Charter. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Kati.
I would kindly, Madam Kati, can you listen, please? I would call you to kindly submit that declaration to Commissioner Lita Muzizo, who has already implemented a mission Swaziland. Please hand the document to her so that she'll be able to interact with the government. Commissioner Lita is on the extreme right of the podium. Coffee break now. It's a coffee break. I would also like to inform the plenary that after the panel on the current situation in Sudan, we have the honor of receiving Professor Mkoko Samba, who is head of unit reforms at the African Union Commission. Professor Mukoko, he is the head of the reforms unit at the office of the President of the African Union. He will share with us an important briefing on the institutional reform within African Union. You all know that it will affect a lot of organs who deal with human rights issues in our continent. So consequently, it is important that we listen to him. So we'll go for coffee break, and thereafter we will come back and listen to the panel on the situation in Sudan. It's a 30-minute break, so at 11:33 I will be here for the panel. Have a good tea break.
I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank all participants, and I'd like to call on all of them to come back to the hall. So we are going to give this panel 1 hour as envisaged. But before we begin, I would like to say that today is the International Day for Freedom of Expression, freedom of speech. We are celebrating this day with the international community. On our website. Gricha Kisono, our commissioner who is in charge of this area, has already published a press release on behalf of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Without any further ado, permit me now to authorize the beginning of this panel on the current situation, the current human rights situation in Sudan. Many NGOs have talked about the situation in Sudan and Sahel, but this is a focus on Sudan. By way of introduction, I would like to call on the Honorable Commissioner Hatem Essayem to introduce the meeting with the assistance of the moderator. Should I give the floor to the moderator?
My name is Jagan Gray Johnson. I'm with the Open Society Foundations, and I'll be your moderator today. As the chairperson rightly said, that we will end at 1:45, which will be at 1:45. It is now 1:45. And on this panel, we'll be highlighting the discussions on Sudan, as the chairperson rightly said. We also have several speakers on this. We've got the Honorable Commissioner Hatem, who is the Sudanese focal point for the Commission. We also have Amir Suleiman, who is the Legal Programs Director for the ACHPR on the update of the humanitarian situation and human rights situation in Sudan. He'll be talking about that. We also have Mr. Ahmed, who is the project officer for SIHA Network, Perspectives from Engagement with Survivors, especially on the endemic and targeted sexual violence against women and girls in the conflict. I believe he's here. And then we have our final speaker on my left, Jafet, who is with Amnesty International and the Regional Advocacy Coordinator working in that organization. And he'll be talking to us about the proliferation of the weapons of war that is basically fueling the conflict in Sudan, and also the roles of externals. And then obviously we have Honorable Chairperson Mr. who will also be giving out a statement on the same. So without further ado, what I will do is, I don't know how Commissioner Hatem would like to do this. Commissioner Hatem, I think I may call on you first, just to give us an overview, particularly from the perspective of the Commission itself, in terms of Sudan, given the fact that the country is, the civil war still is going on and is entering its third year between the Sudanese Armed Forces and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. And also, obviously, there's been the involvement of rebel groups and the persistent violence that continues to destabilize the region, excavating what the United Nations has called the world's largest humanitarian crisis in the world. Over 12 million people have been displaced, famine is spreading, and rebel alliances are shifting. Sudan's conflict is not only tearing the country apart, but also threatening to spill over into neighboring countries like South Sudan, Chad, and Ethiopia, raising fears of a wider regional war. So on that note, in terms of introduction, I'd like to hand over to Honorable Hatem chairperson, one of the commissioners, sorry, of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to basically give his perspective. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Bonjour, mes respects à tout le monde. Merci pour la parole, monsieur le modérateur. Donc, comme vous l'avez déjà signalé,
already pointed out, the crisis in Sudan is a crisis which has the highest number of refugees and displaced persons in the world. But the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is following closely the situation in Sudan. And by way of reminder, I would like to inform human rights defenders and those present all what the African Commission has done in regard to the situation in Sudan. We reacted very quickly, and let me begin by recalling the resolutions adopted by our Commission. We adopted 4 resolutions since the beginning of the conflict in 15th of April 2023. There's 1566, 553, and 585 of June 2024. It should be recalled that the mission for the investigation of the situation in Sudan was established by the Peace and Security Council on the 22nd of May 2024. It adopted a communique to charge the Commission with investigating the matter. That was on the 21st of June. The Peace and Security Council of the African Union adopted this 5 communiques. On our part, after these communiques, we adopted Communique 5/90 and Resolution 609, which renewed the mandate of this mission of inquiry. You know, there's a representative from Addis Ababa in this mission of inquiry. That's the African Commission. And there are 4 commissioners who are also involved from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. There's me, the country rapporteur. There's Madam Rapporteur on Refugees and Displaced Persons. There's also the Commissioner in charge of conflicts, and Madam Vice Chair of the Commission, who is the Rapporteur on the Rights of Women. We also adopted many press releases, which I'll just refer to the letter of appeal on the 28th of December 2023 on the escalation of sexual violence in Darfur, Khartoum, and other areas, because women are actually paying a high price, because there are several, indeed, things which are done against women. There's a note global which was written to the government of Sudan requesting a mission to the country. On 9th of January 2025, we wrote in favor of documents on human rights violations in Sudan, and in January there was an urgent letter of appeal which was sent to the authorities after the massacres in Kanep and Madami at Desira, and there was a letter to the National Human Rights Commission in Sudan informing them about the mission and requesting for their contribution. A note verbal was also sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Sudan, notifying him about the virtual mission of inquiry. So we made a call for public contributions up to February, and a communique was made on the bombardment of a market by the Sudanese armed forces. On the 15th of April 2025, a communique condemned the attacks by the rapid intervention forces, which led to the massacre of civilians in the above-mentioned camps. With regard to key meetings, on the 30th of December 2023, there was a virtual meeting with the Bureau of the African Commission, the Special Rapporteur on Human Affairs. Took place in 14th of February 2025. There was a virtual meeting with members of the team of inquiry and UN representatives who supported our effort. On the 20th of January 2025, there was a virtual meeting which talked about the approach of the Commission. In February 2025, during the participation of the meeting to follow up and consideration of our activities, this meeting indeed held, and it involved Sudanese parties. It was during this meeting that we had the pleasure of meeting the ambassadors of Sudan, Chad, and Egypt, and discussed the need for this mission of inquiry to take place. So, talking about this mission of inquiry, we had hearings for 2 weeks. We listened to witnesses, and now we are finalizing the reports and recommendations, and it is our hope that in a no distant future we will be able to go to the ground, to the field, to hear the victims and witnesses from first-hand information. Since I'm still having the floor and talking about Sudan, I would like to express satisfaction with a major defender of the victims of Sudan, and that was Pope Francois. With your authorization, Chair, I would like us to rise for a minute of silence in honor of this great humanitarian figure. Thank you.
Suleiman, Amir.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about what's happening in Sudan. And I would like also to thank the AU and the African Commission for their effort and to look after what is happening in Sudan. Now we are finishing the second anniversary of the war in Sudan, and we are approaching the third year. And the situation in Sudan is deteriorating. And the problem now, the two warring parties in Sudan, they are refusing any kind of peace initiative to sit down and negotiate what is happening in Sudan. And the people that are affected by the war, they are the Sudanese citizens, not the two parties of the war. And we really, now we are reaching stages, not only just a few incidents of human rights violation. Now there is a big incidence of ethnic cleansing, and even it will reach the genocide, like what happened in Al Jineina, and now we have some incident in Al Salha and the day of yesterday and the day before yesterday in Nuhud city and Al Khaway area in Kordofan. People dying because of they are belonging to some ethnicities, and they are real civilians. They have nothing to do with this war, including some academia. Some of them, they are university the professors. They killed in the university. People, they are working in the market, and most of the victims, they are women and children. The government of Sudan also, they are doing air bombarding in some areas, and also most of the victims, they are Sudanese citizens. We have now all kind of violation in Sudan, and we now we are reaching this stage. We are asking the AU and the African Commission and all the AU organs, and especially the Peace and Security Council, to intervene in what is happening in Sudan, because what is going on, it can't be, if it is not stopped, it's a real it's something against humanity, and we need them to intervene in very fast, because the situation now is really deteriorating. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, a lot of civilians, they were being died. These were people that were being killed, women, they were being raped. Now we have seen so many mass graves in everywhere. People that are dying in the detention centers because of lacking of health care or even food. Famine is knocking on the door. That now, because all the Sudanese people that are going to face this kind of famine, and people that are moving from area to area, and the war following them from area to area also. There is no safe haven for them. They go to neighboring countries. There is no access also to food and other facilities. This ethnic cleansing issues, it will go to the neighboring countries, because we have cross-border tribes, and they are in all Sahel countries. They are reaching Sudan, and also in other parts of Sudan. So this thing is now involving more tribes, involving more, like yesterday in Nuhud, this Hammer tribe, they were being killed because of their position from the war, because of because they are not joining any part. This is continuing every day and night. Politically, the Sudan government and even the other part, both of them, they don't want to have any kind of initiative to sit and listen to Sudanese people first, and to the regional mechanism and international mechanism. There should be hard ways to push them and pressure them to let them to go to the negotiation table by different means. I think I will leave my recommendation to the end of the discussion, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Amir. Can I just encourage you maybe just to go through your recommendations now, if that's okay, so that we can go to the next speaker and just move swiftly along. Thank you. Amir?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for this opportunity and for hosting me. And thanks to everyone present here who is concerned about Sudan and especially about Darfur. What I will say today is based on real and ongoing suffering that has lasted for more than 22 years. I'm here to share with you the real picture of the ongoing and the current situation, and the present our recommendations that we see are necessary for the protection of civilians. In April 2023, the war in Sudan began, and one of its defining features has been the widespread violence against women and girls. Sexual violence is rampant across the country, occurring in nearly every region, including Al-Jazeera, Darfur, and Khartoum. As CHPR network, we have documented over 372 cases of conflict-related sexual violence against women, predominantly being gang rape, with 24.8% of these cases involving children, 7% are sexual assault cases, and 2.1% sexual slavery. Clearly, women are not only living through the war of weapons, they are also enduring a war against their bodies, their dignity, and humanity. In June 2023, a genocide happened in Kinena, West Darfur, targeting the Masalit community. In just 50 days, more than 15,000 civilians were killed. Many cases of sexual violence were reported, especially against children. Here as well, at SIHA, we documented more than 50 cases in this area. What is happening today is the result of 22 years of impunity and silence to the security and safety of displaced populations and to the protection of women to some extent. Although violence didn't completely stop, there was at least a degree of monitoring, protection, and reporting. So what is happening, as I mentioned, that it's a result of 22 years of impunity and silence. Like the Janjaweed militia systematically committed violations. Those who are mobilized and supported by al-Bashir regime in 2023, in 2003, under the formation of the Janjaweed. Fast forward, this militia group has evolved into the RSF, and violence have never truly stopped. The persons of the Hybrid UNAMID mission significantly contributed to the security and the safety of displaced population and to the protection of women. Although violence didn't completely stop, there was at least a degree of protection, monitoring, and reporting. However, the situation has spiraled out of control by 2020 after the UN Security Council decision to end the mission of the UNAMID. This enabled further violations against civilians in Darfur and worsened the situation. In 2020, despite the fall of al-Bashir regime and the participation of people from Darfur in the transition toward democracy, the transitional governments completely neglected the people of Darfur. They replaced the mission with a smaller one that had nothing to do with protection or had nothing to do with Darfur specifically. Secondly, there were clear signs of militia empowerment in Darfur, including the Grinding 1 and 2 attacks, repeated attacks on villages and displaced populations, and atrocities in Jabal Moon. The violence has never stopped in Darfur. What happened in Guinea in 2023 is now repeating itself in North Darfur in El Fashir. Before, it happened in Central and South Darfur, but it was less visible to the world. Currently, the Zamzam IDP camp, which shelters more than 500,000 displaced persons, grave violations have been committed by the RSF. And as I speak now, the violations are ongoing against the Zagawa tribe. More than 60% of those affected are women and children. SIHA Network strongly condemns these attacks, having tragically lost 2 women volunteers that work in our community kitchen in the camp. In our assessment, these systematic attacks constitute as genocide with the deliberate targeting of specific ethnic groups. This pattern has been ongoing for more than 22 years and is now happening on a large scale under the eyes and ears of the African Union. We are deeply disappointed with the African Union, which hears about these patterns of ethnic cleansing, but doesn't react with any clear action. Instead, there is complete silence, and some turn their eyes away from what is happening in Darfur. Many women have been abducted from their homes or from the street. SIHA Network also documented over 336 cases of enforced disappearance involving women and girls, while 12% have been found. Today, approximately 88% of the individuals abducted remain missing, with no information about their fate. Additionally, between August 2024 and March 2025, SIHA received reports of over 300 women detained by the SAF in locations including Wad Madani, Al Jazeera, Gadarif, Both Sudan, and Belanj. Many of these women face charges under the Sudanese Criminal Code of 1991 and the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2001, accused of collaborating with the RSF, often based solely on their ethnicity, socio-economic status, or place of residence. These cases reflect a broader pattern of gendered and ethnically targeted repression emerging in the post-RSF control landscape. All these crimes and hardship directed against women and girls must not pass without accountability. Despite the United Nations Security Council resolutions to impose an arms embargo on Darfur, such as Resolution 1556, 2004, Resolution 1591, 2005, and the most recent extension under Resolution 2750 in December 2024. The arms embargo not been effectively implemented, and violations have committed with impunity. The situation constitutes a clear violation of regional and international legal instruments, including the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, 1981, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, 1990, the Maputo Protocol on Rights of Women in Africa, 2003. In addition, it's important to highlight that what is happening today in Darfur, especially in El Fashir and Zamzam camp, also constitutes a violation of other African Union instruments such as the Kigali Declaration on the Protection of Women and Children in Armed Conflict, 2006, which obligates member states to take effective measures to prevent sexual violence and ensure accountability. The current situation in Darfur, especially in the displacement camps such as Zamzam and Abu Shok camp, urgently requires not just statements and condemnations, but concrete actions. We emphasize here that the ongoing silence internationally and regionally, particularly from the AU, is deepening the civilian catastrophe and given a green light for the continuation of violation. Meanwhile, we also note the backlash, reprisals, and cyber harassment by the RSF that continues to be faced by organizations such as SIHA, who shine light on the violations ongoing in Sudan. Our recommendations are very clear. In addition to the International Criminal Court, there must be diverse justice mechanisms, including a special court to address the situation in Sudan. The African Union must pressure for the establishment of protection mechanisms for Darfur civilians, as the features of ethnic cleansing are clearly emerging. Darfur is key to the stability of the Sudan and the region. We call for the deployment of African Union and United Nations forces in Darfur with a primary responsibility or primary mandate to protect civilians. The African Union must take responsibility in pushing for this, because civilian protection is not the sole responsibility of civil society. It's a duty of state and the African Union. We also call the African Union must to take a very clear and strong stance against the influx of arms into Darfur and raise its voice firmly in demanding the halt of arms smuggling in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Also, the African Union play a role in mediating the opening of safe humanitarian corridors and ensuring their security, as humanitarian aid, when it arrives, is often looted and violated. We also call African states must protect African populations from the ethnic cleansing currently taking place in Darfur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Ahmed, for that very insightful yet obviously disturbing presentation on the situation not only in Sudan but particularly in Darfur. But maybe I think this will be a good way to segue into the issues around the question of what is actually fueling the conflict in Sudan, and also the role of the externals. And for that, I'll turn to my good friend and brother, Mr. Jafet from Amnesty International. Jafet, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Moderator Jagan. In the last 2 years, Amnesty International, we have focused on documenting the violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law by the parties to the conflict. And as the two of my colleagues that have already spoken have eloquently said, the patterns and trends of violations have included, of course, attacks on civilians. And more recently, we've published a report that documents the widespread and systematic use of sexual violence by primarily rapid support forces. But also in the last 2 years, we've also focused on an important dynamic to the conflict. And this is the actors that are fueling the conflict, the actors that are continuing to add fuel to the fire by transferring and supplying weapons to the parties to the conflict. And in this regard, we've spent the better part of last year and this year documenting and researching by our weapons experts on who are these actors that are adding fuel to the fire. And our weapons experts have revealed 4 important trends of weapons transfer and weapons movements into and within Sudan. The first is the presence of recently manufactured and recently transported weapons and ammunition into Sudan that are being used by parties to the conflict. It is important use of the word recent because these are weapons that have been transferred just before or even during the conflict. The second trend is the diversion of weapons. And here it takes 2 important elements. The first is the diversion of weapons from the civilian realm to the military realm. These are weapons such as blank guns that are transported into Sudan, recorded and reported that they are for civilian use, for instance, hunting rifles, and then they are then converted into the military and used by actors or parties to the conflict in fighting in the conflict. The second trend of conversion is the supply of weapons into specifically Khartoum and other parts of Sudan, and then transferred to Darfur. Darfur is important here because since 2004, Darfur has been under an United Nations Security Council arms embargo. The arms embargo prohibits the transfer of weapons into Darfur. But unfortunately, we have seen transfer of weapons into other parts of Sudan and then domestically transferred into Darfur, where they're used to commit heinous crimes and atrocities that have been recorded by us and other organizations. The third trend is the conversion of less lethal weapons, such as blank guns, into lethal weapons. Less lethal weapons are those weapons that are not intended to release a projectile, a bullet that is capable of killing. We've seen the transfer of millions of blank guns, for instance, that are transferred into Sudan and then easily converted into lethal weapons and used in the conflict. And then finally, we found evidence of transfer of weapons and ammunition by countries supporting one side of the conflict outside of the legal reported channels in a clandestine manner. And in this regard, our research has confirmed findings by the UN panel of experts January 2024 report, for instance, which identified Amjara's airport in eastern Chad as an avenue that is being used by the UAE to transfer weapons into Darfur. Those are the 4 main trends of weapons transfer and movement within Sudan. But who are these actors that are fueling the conflict in Sudan? There are a few. First, we found evidence and presence of Turkish weapons in Sudan. Shotguns, for instance, that have been transported between 2020 and 2023 that have been manufactured by Turkish companies. We found approximately shipment data that shows 239,000 blank guns that have been transferred into Sudan and 26 million rounds of blank ammunition. These are meant to be blank guns or blank ammunition, but then they are turned into lethal weapons. Secondly, we have found weapons from Russian companies, and specifically Kalashnikov concern, which is known for manufacturing civilian weapons like rifles for hunting. Since 2019, we found weapons that have been exported into Sudan and are being used in the conflict. We also found weapons from China. Recently manufactured Chinese mortars have been used in eastern Darfur, for instance. We have found evidence of portable drone jammer systems that are being used by RSF, and these weapons, drone jammers that are being used by RSF, for instance, to jam drones by other parties to the conflict. And most importantly, we've also found huge presence of supplies from the United Arab Emirates, weapons, ammunition, and particularly armored personnel carriers, the APCs, that have been supplied particularly to the RSF. And you may remember in June of 2023, the SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces, did shoot down a drone operated by RSF. And upon analysis and research, we found that this drone was provided, was very similar to UAE drones that had been supplied by UAE to Ethiopia and Yemen. And upon further research, we also found that the mortars that these drones were carrying had been produced in Serbia and then delivered to UAE, and finally found presence in Sudan. We've also found evidence of technology, military technology, that have been attached to the APCs that are operated by RSF, that has been manufactured recently in France. This is French military technology known as Gallic system that are attached on APCs so that they are able to defend. It's a defense system that are attached to APCs. These weapons are manufactured in France, sold to UAE, and then finally found themselves in the hands of particularly the RSF. So we have countries that, knowing very well that there is serious, heinous atrocities of human rights that are happening in the conflict in Sudan, but continue to supply these weapons into the country, continue to supply the parties to the conflict, and these are the weapons that are used to commit atrocities that we have seen and documented. So what then, in view of these revelations? One, we are hoping that critical actors, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, will call on these parties to immediately cease supplies of all arms and ammunition to Sudan. But more importantly, the United Nations Security Council would act concretely to enforce the existing arms embargo, and more importantly, to expand that arms embargo that only applies currently to Darfur to the rest of parts of the country. And finally, that all countries, neighboring countries, countries that are party to the countries that are members of the African Union, that are members of the United Nations, that are members of the International Arms Trade Treaty, should respect and enforce the arms embargo that currently exists in Darfur. Thank you so much, Moderator.
Thank you very much for that, Jafet. I would like to now call on Honorable Remy, the chairperson of the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, to give his statement. And then after that, we'll open it up to the floor. I have a list of respective country representatives here that wanted to intervene. So I'll open up the floor to them after the Honorable Chairperson's statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. I am supposed to participate on this panel to share a solidarity message. I have taken due note that for 3 years now, human rights have been violated in Sudan, harmful activities against civil populations. I would like, if you allow me, to commend the leadership of my colleague on my right, Commissioner Hatem SIM, to whom our institution has assigned this important task. It is a heavy task, and I am well placed to understand what he is confronted with so much difficulty to accomplish the mission assigned to him. And by the way, we have not really given him necessary wherewithal to accomplish this mission. We are looking at the possibility, I'm really counting my words, possibility of genocide, feminicide, and I would even add worse. And we would wait for a virtual, he will share with us a preliminary report on this session with respect to this investigation so that we can confirm or affirm. I'm not questioning what has been said. I'm saying officially that a report is being finalized and we will analyze it during this session. I totally agree that the actions perpetrated against civilians in Sudan are all sorts of human rights violations. And we can even say that the African Charter has been violated in its entirety, Article 1 to the last article. I sincerely believe that there is no other channel, no other way to resolve the matter in Sudan through rather than negotiations. It has to be through negotiations without jeopardizing the principle of accountability. Sexual crimes has been committed mostly against women, and I have also noted the issue of the Masalit minority that we heard at the opening ceremony. I did underscore the problems encountered by this minority, and this indeed would be contained in the report to be presented by Commissioner Ashton. I would like to throw attention of states who do business with this country, the arms sellers, those who sell arms from Turkey, China, they are hiding behind this business. But one day, they will be held accountable, either here in Africa, but also in the United Nations when it comes to their indirect participation. In view of the above, we have two main observations to make on behalf of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. On behalf of all our colleagues, we totally support the victims of this conflict, which has lasted for so long time. We ask for adherence to the rights of the civilians, especially the vulnerable groups, especially women, children, and elderly people. Second observations, we also express our institutional and total solidarity with the collateral victims whose blood is being poured just to satisfy the appetite of those who want to take the resources of this country. And the African Commission will always be next to the victims, because, Mr. Rapporteur, this institution is being put in place so that we can support victims of human rights. Like I said, these are not gifts. These are what belongs to the communities globally. So it is with that those words that I will conclude the solidarity message, and I would want to reaffirm that we have total and unconditional support to the victim. This is the reason why we have been established in the first place. I thank you.
I would like to now cross over to the floor and call upon His Excellency Ambassador Ezian Ibrahim Hussein, representing the Embassy of Sudan in Addis Ababa, to take the floor. Ambassador, is he here?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Are you, I wish the interpretation is ready to follow me. Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank His Excellency, the President of the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, Commissioner Remy, for giving us the floor to be here to attend this very important session of the Commission. And also would like to thank the panelists who are addressing the issues of Sudan. Mr. President, You know very well that what is happening in Sudan is a big war. It is an important issue, not only limited to the Commission, we should listen to them, but all others who are concerned by the grave atrocities happening there. I would like to focus on 3 issues here. Number 1, as I have stated in my statement of yesterday, that this war, which broke out on 15th April 2023, started by an attempt or coup attempt by the Rapid Support Force, which used to be a part of the Sudanese armed forces. After the failure of that coup, they transformed their actions into actions of rebels that engulfed the whole country and maintained their forces by increasing their number of personnel, recruiting mercenaries by 40%. This point is not included in the information provided. Mr. President, as for the statement of Commissioner Hatem Saim, who is the country rapporteur of Sudan, we would like to reaffirm that we are ready to welcome them and to continue our cooperation with the African Union Commission here. And also would like to extend my thanks to all those who make the statements, starting with Amir and Ikhlas. But I want to, one thing that is to be clear here, which was mentioned by Ikhlas, which that is about what happened in El Geneina and other IDP camps. These violations were committed by the Rapid Support Forces. This should be clear. The parties that we are speaking about are not equal. We are speaking here about a government body that is professional army representing the country, whereas on the other side is a group of rebels, and they are not equal to that government body. As for how to cease the war, Sudan has reached an agreement principles in Jeddah in January 2023, after 2 months of the breakout of war. However, the Rapid Support Forces did not respond to what has been agreed upon, that is by withdrawing from the occupied areas. And you know that in Sudan, we have 13 million people who were forced to leave their homes. But according to what Mr. Amir said, the civilians moved from the places that are occupied by the Rapid Support Forces to the areas occupied by the National Army, the Sudanese Armed Forces. This observation is very important. It indicates that the civilians move from the areas occupied by the Rapid Support Forces to the safe shelters occupied by the army. Also, another issues in the area where the areas occupied by the Rapid Support Forces, humanitarian support and aids are supported. The government opened the corridor of Adari with the neighboring country of Chad to introduce or to allow the humanitarian aids to come into the countries. However, the Rapid Support Forces that are putting the city of Al-Fashir under siege confiscate these humanitarian aid that are sent through the corridors from neighboring countries to the IDP camps. Not only that, Rapid Support Forces went further to attack these IDP camps. And here, I'd like to call upon the African Commission on Human and People Rights to clearly express the responsibility of the Rapid Support Forces and these crimes. We should have to call a spade a spade. The criminals should be criminals, and we have to call the spade a spade. And with these people that we are dealing them as criminals, we don't have anything to speak about. As for Mr. Jaffet and what he stated about the sources of weaponizing this war, including the United Arab Emirates using the airport of Amjaras in Chad. Here I would like to state that the different types of flow of weapons is continuing up to date. For the time being, Sudan has filed a case before the International Court of Justice in The Hague against the United Arab Emirates that is supporting and the rapid support forces with arms. And I call upon the Commission and the African Union to push the United Arab Emirates to stop providing these arms. Yesterday, another massacre took place in the city of Nuhud, where tens of civilians were killed. So this incident should be condemned, as we have stated in our statement of yesterday. Without the condemnation of the United Arab Emirates and its involvement in the conflict in Sudan, we might not exercise justice. Before concluding, let me state that the African Union has banned Sudan from participating in its activities, pending that by establishing a civilian government. Yesterday, a new minister, prime minister, was appointed, and I think this the chair of the Sovereignty Council, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, is a step in establishing that civilian government. The African Union is having a high-level committee that is following up this matter, but we call upon the African Union Peace and Security Council to continue engaging with Sudan. And also, by this war and banning Sudan from its activities is also give a way for this war to escalate. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, that the following up the issues of human rights is not a political issue, because it is a matter related to the people. And here I would like to express my gratitude once again for what you said, that the rapid support forces, which wants to, with this war to continue, and just to point that that attempt to reach a peace or a ceasefire agreement, just by withdrawal of the rapid support forces from Khartoum State, we may reach that that peace arrangement. It was very simple. We are calling upon the rapid support forces to withdraw from the civilian areas that are occupying. However, with the flow of the arms by the United Arab Emirates, they are using these weapons. They are even using these drones to target civilian facilities like power generating stations. And this is an indication that the rapid support forces are not willing to reach the peace. And thank you for your attention, and thanks to all those who spoke before me. Please, if there is a possibility that requires more clarification, you may give me the floor once again. Thank you very much.
Embassy of Tunisia. Is he here? He was on the list. Okay, he's not here. Then, Your Excellency from Eritrea. Thank you. Is the microphone?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. As stated by the panelists, and the speakers who took the floor before me, the war in Sudan has been raging for the last 2 years and counting. This tragic war has caused the deaths of tens of thousands and the displacement of millions of people. Continues to cause enormous suffering of the people of Sudan and has led to the destruction of institutional structures and physical infrastructure of the country. The people of Sudan must be given the opportunity to live in peace, and Sudan's sovereignty and territorial integrity has to be upheld. To this end, it's incumbent on all countries, AU, UN, and others to contribute to end this bloody conflict. And as stated by speakers, the external interventions that are fueling the conflict in Sudan must be stopped. Eritrea stands in solidarity with the sisterly people of Sudan. As President of the State of Eritrea, His Excellency Isaias Afwerki reiterated during the recent visit to Asmara of the Chairman of the Sovereign Council of Sudan, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, Eritrea firmly believes that the problem in Sudan can only be resolved through the efforts of the Sudanese people with the support of friendly neighboring countries. Eritrea reiterated its call on the peoples of our region to firmly stand on the side of the Sudanese people for the achievement of an enduring peaceful solution to the conflict without the encumbrance of external intervention. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to call on His Excellency Tefo Senwela, who is the project coordinator representing the Embassy of Ukraine. Is he here? Okay. Then I'd like to now call upon Dr. Mulai Lassen. Nothing to say? Okay, thank you. Maji Mali, Sudan Country Lead, East and the Horn of African Rights Defenders Project. Are they here? Okay, and then finally, Jean-Claude Katende, Vice President of the International Federation for Human Rights. Okay, not here. Okay, well, that brings this panel to a close, 5 minutes ahead of time, which is great. But perhaps maybe what I will do is I'll just use my position as the moderator for this panel to also perhaps add an additional set of asks. Certainly, I think one of the biggest worries that we've had is the fact that this conflict have gone on. First of all, it shouldn't have happened in the first place, but it's gone on unnecessarily, going into its third year now. Our biggest fear is that it becomes a frozen conflict and it becomes a forgotten conflict. That shouldn't be the case. The second biggest fear that we have is the fact that it will have a contagion effect, whereby it spreads throughout the region and it becomes now a regional conflict. And we hope that that doesn't happen. And in order to at least steer us away from that and bring us closer to peace, whereby the two warring parties could sit at the table and basically have a negotiated settlement to this in the interest of the Sudanese, particularly the women and children of Sudan, who bear the brunt of this disastrous campaign that's been happening in that country for now entering its third year, is that, as Jafet had said, it's absolutely imperative that we have a blanket embargo, an arms embargo in Sudan. That is something that has to happen. Secondly, the role of external actors needs to be continued to be exposed. We're happy that at least some steps have been taken in terms of litigation at the international level, but it's not only the UAE that's been complicit in basically assisting to fuel this conflict. There are other actors as well, as Jafet representing Amnesty International so rightly pointed out to us, and I think we need to hold those actors to account. Thirdly, the war economy has also been one of the factors that continues to fuel the conflict. It's not only the arms, but also the illicit flows of petrodollars and also of gold smuggling. That has to also come to a halt. there has to be some form of economic embargo or sanctions to basically ensure that that illicit economy, which is fueling the war, also comes to a halt. And then obviously for us, it's important that we wanted to reiterate the fact that the African Union, as of June the 27th, I believe, almost a year plus ago, had identified a very, very significant roadmap that AU member states should follow in terms of bringing about peace, lasting peace and security to Sudan, which was the roadmap, through the high-level panel and also through the Peace and Security Council of the African Union and also IGAD as well, that were all playing a role in this. And we're hoping now, especially given the fact that the situation has worsened, it hasn't improved, that we'll be able to be guided by the roadmap, and we'll have an African solution to this problem as we move it forward. I think other initiatives that have been happening, including the JIDA process, etc., which really hasn't produced many results, still needs to be encouraged to basically go along. But I think, as rightly pointed out by the Assembly of the Heads of State of the African Union, that this has to be an African-led initiative in terms of getting to lasting peace to Sudan. So we are hoping that we will continue to support them. And then maybe finally also, whilst I'm on my feet, the African Commission has been doing a wonderful job in trying to at least document the atrocities that have been happening. The fact-finding mission that they have recently undertaken, I think, is something to be encouraged. And we are hoping that the neighboring countries that they have pointed out to visiting to basically hear from the voices of refugees that are Sudanese themselves, that these neighboring countries should cooperate with the African Commission to enable them to basically carry out their mandate, which was a decision that was taken by an organization in which they actually belong. So on that note, I see that the Sudanese ambassador has his tag up. Okay, we have a few minutes. Your Excellency, I'll allow you a few minutes, please, and then after that, we'll have to close it out. Thank you, sir.
شكرا جزيلا السيد رئيس الجلسة على إطالة.
Mr. Moderator, for giving us another opportunity to comment. With your concluding remark, I would like to add, Mr. President, also that we have to support the government or the state of the Sudan. In Sudan, there is a government that is established and there is an official army that is obtaining the arms through the official ways. And here I would like to appeal that the restriction of arms should come through the official channels, not the rebels or negative forces that are destabilizing government in Africa. Because what we know about this faction, which is a rebel movement, is obtaining these weapons. And by using these weapons, they are destabilizing not only the central government of the country, but the neighboring countries as well. So my request is that in your report should not include a restriction of the Sudanese army to obtain its arms. The UN didn't follow up its resolutions issued by the Security Council, and otherwise these things will be the end of the war. Thank you.
I would, Madam Lita, sorry, I didn't see you. And Uganda, okay. Your Excellency, please go ahead.
Your Excellency, Chair and the moderator, I would like to thank the briefers that have given us very good exposition on what's taking place in Sudan. May I also thank my brother, the Ambassador PR, who has also made very good intervention. Like I stated yesterday, I'm not the head of delegation. I'm just sitting in, waiting for the head of delegation to come. who is going to be our Deputy Attorney General. However, I'm just going to intervene as the member of Peace and Security Council of the AU. I would like to console my young sister, where she said African Union has been quiet. Allow me just to say that the conflict in Sudan has become very complex. It is fluid, it's dynamic. But just to let you know that we've done some work as PSC, but sometimes it becomes very, very difficult to implement the decision of the PSC. On the table you are sitting, the same commission has really remained seized of the matter, and they have never slept, and they are part of the African Union family. Like you stated yourself, we have the high-level representative of the chairperson in the Sudan. We have the high-level panel. We have the panel of the heads of state and government. And this panel of the PSC has had 2 sessions at the level of the heads of state and government just to discuss the issue of Sudan. These 2 sessions were chaired by my own president, President Yoweri Museveni. I do agree with you that the pace has been slow because the situation is very, very complex. As PSC, we also visited Port Sudan under the leadership of the ambassador of Egypt. And we've hosted different meetings. I recall there was a meeting that was hosted by the high-level panel in Kampala that was specifically for the women. And what took place there at the beginning was even more complicated. However, at the end of the day, they did agree. I just took the floor as a member of the Peace and Security Council to let you know that we've not been quiet. We are seized of the matter, and we believe that Sudan will get to the fold as a member of the family of Peace and Security Council. Just on 30th, before I left the following day, I chaired a meeting as the chair of the month that we readmitted Gabon back to the family because they followed the framework that they had put in place, and they allowed us transparently to intervene as African Union and other partners. And therefore, my dear brother, we've always interacted at various levels, even bilaterally. I can only say we will not allow Sudan to walk alone, but the situation remains very complex, but it's for all of us to be in the same boat, and we make sure we deliver Sudan safely to the right end. We show our solidarity with the people of Sudan, especially the women and the children that are under this very complicated situation, and the humanitarian workers. Some of them have lost their lives. Thank you, Your Excellency, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. And I'd also, maybe just before I hand over to His Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, I'd also like to place it on record that every time that the rotational chairmanship or presidency of the PSC of the African Union has landed on Uganda's table, Uganda has, on record, unequivocally led us towards finding a lasting solution for peace in Sudan. It's happened over the last couple of years, and I think even the roadmap was under your leadership. So, Your Excellency, we on the side of the Sudanese people that have been involved in this particular campaign to bring peace in Sudan recognize that, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Is this the end of the panel?
I see that Commissioner Lita wants to say something, and then it's the end of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I would like, first of all, to congratulate the panelists for the presentations that they have shared with us. And from the Commission side, also congratulate Commissioner Hatem for the leadership he has provided to us, the members of the fact-finding team on the Sudan, in this very difficult process. Having listened to the ambassador of Sudan in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, and also having listened to the ambassador of Uganda, who has provided us with information on the work that is being done in Addis Ababa in trying to resolve this issue of Sudan, I have only one question through you, Chair. The Peace and Security Council in 2009 granted a position of the Women's Envoy in Peace and Conflict for the African continent. And we are very pleased that we have this office and that it is operational. My question is, the presenters that are presented and also for the ambassadors, has this office been on the ground on the Sudan, considering the number of women and children who have been affected in this conflict, and not just in Sudan, but generally in countries where there is conflict in the continent? Because when we fought for this office, we were trying to argue, and we still do, that involving women and children in the issue of conflict resolution, UN Resolution 1325 is very important. And so I haven't had it mentioned by Ambassador of Uganda. I don't know whether it was an oversight, but I would like to hear also from the presenters if this office has been on the ground and if it can then be able to present to the fact-finding mission some of the work that it has done to make our life much easier. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Does anybody? I'll hand over now to the chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Jagan. It seems to me that according to the time, other precisions to Commissioner Hatton. What is important is to know that we are going to have to consider the report of Sudan during the session to come. Perhaps some response will come there. Can we give the applaud to this panel, what was very important? Merci en tout cas à tous les panélistes. Merci au commissaire Hatem, commissaire Lita et les autres, les membres des délégations des États qui ont participé à ce panel important.
Important panel. Thank you, Commissioner Hatton. Now, with your permission, I would like to call on Professor Mokoko. For those who do not know him, those who are not often in Addis Ababa, Professor Mokoko is the head of the reforms unit at the African Union, and you must be aware that under the leadership of President Paul Kagame and currently under the leadership of President Ruto William, there's a major document in the African Union on reforms. These reforms will concern all institutions, all human rights institutions, therefore including the Commission, the court, the African Committee on the Rights of and Welfare of the Child. It's practically all of the African Union, because there are many institutions in the African Union which deal with human rights, almost all of them. So we believe that it is indeed appropriate to invite Professor Mukoko, to whom I give thanks, who has given us the honor of coming here during this session to share with you his ideas on a general perspective, purely general perspective. He's going to talk about the current situation at the Permanent Representatives Committee, the PRC, that is the level of ambassadors, and he has done so even at the level of Ministers of Foreign Affairs, the Executive Council, and even the Assembly of Heads of State and Government. From time to time, he could come to a platform like this and talk to us, because we have delegates from states here who are concerned with these reforms, and he had discussed with all of them, and even NGOs are also concerned. So I'll now give the floor to Professor Mukoko to talk to us. Professor, you have the floor. The entire exercise will take a maximum of 1 year, because 1 month rather. 1 hour, because you have to go for lunch. And if there are a few questions, he may be able to respond to the questions. So he has 1 hour, Professor. Thank you very much. Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank you for this invitation. And I would also like to express to you the greetings of the President of the African Commission, Ahmed Ali Yusuf, who has authorized me to come here. I would go fast because time is not on our time. Let me talk about, let me speak about generally about the reform and reforms. All types of reforms are difficult. And however, reforms are necessary. Reforms are difficult because they destabilize, establish behavior. It creates uncertainty, sometimes fear on the part of the stakeholders who are responsible for the relevant organs. However, but it is required for the vitality of any organization. Now, let me share with you some key dates, milestone dates. I can see here my brothers, friends, ambassadors from Eritrea, Uganda, eminent members of the PRC,
whole community of human rights, this is the first time, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity, that unique opportunity. So some, let's say, key dates. I assume all of us, we know that in 1963, the OAU was born, political independence. 2000 and 2002, the transformation of the AU into the AU. The key objective being the acceleration of socio-economic and political integration. Now some new dates. 2003 in Maputo, there was a decision of the Executive Council structuring all the new organs of the AU, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Commission, AU Commission, which is the Secretariat of the Union. So all the organs of the Union were structured, given an organizational charter. In July 2003, in Maputo, Mozambique, So all these organs, entities, let's use a neutral term, entities, remain with the same structure till 2021 in Addis Ababa. In the meantime, 2015, in Johannesburg, I'm a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, External Relations of Cameroon, so I did attend that meeting, assembly meeting in Johannesburg 2015. The financial situation of the Union was very difficult. So a decision was made by heads of state. One, the operational budget of the Union should be funded 100% by member states. Two, 75% of the program budget of the Union to be funded by member states. And number three, 25% of peace support of assembly of heads of state and union took place in Kigali. The situation, the financial situation of the Union has worsened. The Union was on the brink of collapse. Some key events happened a few years, this crisis, the Libya crisis, and some member states were no longer in a position to fund the Union. So there was an urgent need for the Union to find ways and means to fund its activities, operations, programs, and peace support operations. So a key decision was made in Kigali in July 2016, decision 605, on the financing of the Union. In a nutshell, heads of state say we are ready to fund more, but there should be a thorough reform of the institutions of the Union. So number one key remark is that it is the necessity of financial balance of the Union that led to the AU institutional reform. And a mandate was given to His Excellency Paul Kagame, who was the host of that summit. And President Kagame submitted his report in January 2017. And a decision was made, decision 635. So 605, that's on the financing of the Union and the Peace Fund in Kigali, July 2016. 635, January 2017. AU institutional reforms. There's so many things. I think I've circulated a paper. I assume that everybody has it, which is a breakdown of decision 635 on the center around 6 reform areas. Number one, the AU should focus on key priorities with continental scope. Number two, the AU institutions should be realigned. 3, the AU should connect better to African citizens. 4, manage the business of the AU efficiently and effectively. 5, finance the AU sustainably. And 6, implement the reform. So let me take 2 key aspects because the program is vast. This is the 8th year of the process. Many things have been achieved. But let's split it into 2 key aspects. Number one, the reform of the organs, institutions, agencies, offices. And number 2, the division of labor between the African Union, regional economic communities and regional mechanisms, and member states. Concernant la réforme des institutions, Nous avons commencé par la réforme de la Commission de l'Union africaine. La Commission de l'Union africaine étant le secrétariat.
Being the Secretariat, the organ responsible for implementing the decisions taken by member states. An extraordinary summit was convened in November 2018 in Addis Ababa, and at that summit, the Commission at the policy level, at the senior leadership level of the Commission, chair, vice chair, it was made up of 10 members, and the reform provided for have a smaller commission. I will explain in due course, and therefore the number went from 10 rather to 8. 2 members per region, so each region had right to 2 members of the commission, a man and a woman. And after this reform of November 2018, the commission was composed of 8 members with a new rule as follows. When the chairperson of the commission, the president, comes from one region, the vice president is from another region. These regions do not have the right to have a commissioner. This was the new regulation, the new rule. So today we have 8 members of the commission. Some departments of the commissions were merged. The Department of Peace and Security is a streamlining issue. Policy issues, peace and security matters are actually inextricably linked. 2 other departments were merged, the Department of Economic Development Unit and the Department of Trade and Industry. These were merged into the Department of Economic Development, Tourism, Trade, Industry, and Mining Resources. 2 new departments arose from that reform, the department responsible for health, humanitarian affairs, and social development, the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, and a department which was there before and which was actually, that is the Department of Energy and Infrastructure, which remained the same. So a more stringent commission for the service of the Union. The second organ which was reshuffled was NEPAD. NEPAD was transformed into a development agency of the African Union responsible for the implementation of policies not only at the continental level but also at the regional level. Now, this is a reform which initially encountered difficulties because in the French version 630, it was indicated that NEPAD should be included in the African Union Commission, given that the French version stipulated that NEPAD should be integrated in the African Union architecture, which is already the case. So there has been a big bottleneck from day one, namely whether NEPAD will become a department of the African Union or if NEPAD would maintain its independence. There we had to have several discussions between President Kagame, who at that time was the head of the reform, and President Macky Sall, who at that time was the committee for guiding the heads of government of NEPAD. So in the final analysis, a compromise was arrived at, and NEPAD maintained its autonomy, which, by the way, was strengthened. Then you have the peer review mechanism. The mandate was also reviewed. Its mandate was enhanced and reinforced. Under the APRM, at that time, had 35 member states, and its budget was not catered for by the Union. So a decision was taken in 2018 to include the APRM budget, even though the APRM did not concern all the 52 states, and henceforth it will be taken on board by the Union. The fourth organ, which was totally restructured, was the Africa CDC. You will remember that Africa CDC was a directorate which was closely linked to the Department of Social Affairs at that time, and the need was felt to give autonomy to that department, to that directorate. Some issues, for example, issues related to human resources, finances, IT, procurement, all this was under the commission, and the directorate responsible for Africa CDC was also serviced by the general services of the commission. So Africa CDC went through a first phase, a transfer phase, transfer of the attributions in terms of finance, human resources. All this was transferred to Africa CDC. And then there was a second phase which gave more autonomy, more independence. It really strengthened Africa CDC, and it is a quasi-independent commission distinct from the African Union, and which, in the opinion of member states, is doing a quite a good job today. So this is what was done at the level of the big organs. Let me be brief. Now you have a cluster of organs, the legal organs and the quasi-legal organs. I mean the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and its ancestor, namely the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the Committee of Experts on the Well-being and the Rights of the Child, the Advisory Body on the Fight Against Corruption, and the African Union Commission for International Law, and finally the African Parliament. The feasibility studies were finalized, and the dossier would be dealt with in the coming weeks by the PRC to finalize this phase relating to the organs, to the bodies. We have worked at length with the various bodies, the relevant bodies. Also, the African Parliament was also the subject of a in-depth study, recommendations submitted to the PRC. Now, what remains is the Peace and Security Council, and according to Decision 635, there was need to enhance its working methods. It is not really a policy reform of the Peace and Security Council, but rather it was just to enhance or to reinforce its working methods. This dossier is also submitted to the PRC and would be dealt with in the weeks to come. So in a nutshell, this is what has already been done at the level of the various entities, bodies. And let me add to this reform
restructuring has been duly finalized, but you have 3 external services. You have 7 permanent representational offices, one in New York, either in Washington, Brussels, Geneva, Lilongwe, Cairo, and you also have Beijing. Those 7 permanent representational offices have also been assessed and submitted to the PRC. We also have the liaison offices. What we call liaison offices are those offices that are established by the Peace and Security Council when there's a crisis somewhere. About 14 of them. You have Kinshasa, you have the Burundi, you have Sudan, you have Juba in South Sudan, Central African Republic, and so forth. You have Mali, you have Misael in Mali. So those offices also are in the process of being restructured. 7 out of 14 have been completely assessed and submitted to the PRC. Then what is called specialized technical agencies. That's the third category of what we call regional services, regional offices of the AUC. Why regional, why external? Because they're under the supervision of each of the departments. About 38, 22 have also already been assessed and submitted to member states. We still have now 15 entities that are going to be assessed in the next weeks. There were an issue of funding by the government of the Republic of Kenya through the new champion, His Excellency William Ruto, has decided to fund the remaining 15 entities, and a letter of understanding has been signed in February between the African Union Commission, represented by the former Deputy Chairperson, Her Excellency Monique, Dr. Monique, and the Ambassador of Kenya, Ambassador George Orina. So the funds are available, the firm has been selected, the contract shall be signed next week for the finalization of the remaining 15 entities. So these are a broad overview of what has been achieved in terms of restructuring and so forth. Now there's another key file on the division of labor between the African Union, regional economic communities, regional mechanisms, and member states. 8 sectors have been, well, in the process of having meetings with representatives of RECs, of member states, of regional mechanisms. 8 sectors have been, let's say, we call them areas of convergence: peace and security, political affairs, trade, economic development, trade industry. There are 8 of them. 3 have been totally finalized. So the process here is not the same as the restructuring of the organs. The process here, you start at the level of what is called Coordination Secretariat, bringing together officials of the African Union as in the umbrella. In African Union, you have all the key organs, AUC, Nepal, the Commission, Banjul, and so forth. African Union as one block. The second block, regional economic communities, the 8 regional economic communities that are duly recognized by the AU, and the 2 regional mechanisms, those mechanisms that are in charge of peace and security, one in the east, the other one in the north, and then member states. And now I have to clarify here what we refer to when we say member state. Member state is not all member states in the process. It's 14 member states. Who are those 14 member states? 5 members representing the Bureau of the Assembly of the Union. And the 8 RECs, member states of the chairs of each of the RECs. SADC chair, SADC, ECOWAS, East African Community, COMESA, ECAS, and so forth. The chairperson at the heads of state level, which makes 13, and then the heads of state chairing the orientation committee of heads of state and government of outer NEPAD. It makes 14 heads of state that are represented at ambassadorial levels. So this is the group in the let's say, the working group into bracket, bringing together the AU, the AU, the members of the Bureau, the members of the representative of REX, and other NEPAD. So those 14 member states represent the 55 member states of the Union. The issue was raised in Niamey during the first media coordination meeting as to know how to make sure that member states, both of the AU and those of regional economic communities, are duly represented. So the decision was made that 14 of them will permanently represent all the 55 member states in the process of decision, preparing the decision. And now at the end of the process, once at the expert level recommendations are made, those recommendations are submitted to what is called the second level coordination committee. Coordination committee does a meeting of CEOs, which is chaired by the chairperson of the African Union Committee, with all CEOs of REX, not heads of state, CEOs of REX, coordination committee. So the Secretariat submits their proposal to that coordination committee, and the coordination committee report to the media coordination meeting. For those who are not informed, there used to be 2 ordinary sessions of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government. One in January, now it's February, the other one in June, July. The second ordinary session has been transformed into a media coordination meeting, bringing together the Bureau of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union on the one side, and the 8 heads of state and government chairing the 8 RECs. So that's a coordination committee meeting. Don't confuse with coordination committee. Those are terms that are a bit complicated. Coordination committee, that's the meeting of CEOs. Coordination meeting, it at heads of state level. That's the first time in history that once in a year, in June, July, the AU and REX have a meeting. The key item on the agenda being the agenda on integration, continental integration, regional and continental integration. So the file on division of labor is presented once a year during the media coordination meeting through the Executive Council, and before reaching the Executive Council of the African Union, you go through the Permanent Representative Committee of the African Union. So that's the dispensation. So it's different from the restructuring of organs. Once the file is prepared by the reform unit, by the commission, it is submitted to the PRC, Permanent Representation Committee, ambassadorial level, then Executive Council, Foreign Ministers, then you have the Assembly of Heads of State, where the AU champion of reforms, makes his presentation. So the division of labor, 3 domains went through the whole process and adopted by the Assembly. Then we have 5 remaining domains that have been also in the process of being finalized. There was a retreat in January, in February, bringing together all RECs, those member states, and the AU to finalize the remaining sectors: infrastructure, energy, transport, education, science, technology, agriculture, rural development, blue economy, sustainable environment. There's a huge file. We have 400 pages. That report will be submitted to the media coordination in July, through the PRC and through the Executive Council. So those are the two key files that are in the process of being finalized through the leadership now of His Excellency William Ruto, the new champion, after President Kagame has decided to step down in February 2024 after 8 years of steering the reform process of the African Union. So one word on the financing of the Union, although I'm not directly involved in that, is my dear colleagues and senior brother, Dr. Dona Kaberuka. I've mentioned the decision 605 that was made in Kigali. The idea is to have a predictable source of funding of the Union. For those who are not informed, a decision was made to try to have a levy of 0.2% on eligible imports to make sure that each member state has a sustainable source of funding, especially statutory assessment. So far, the process has not been totally successful. So far, out of the 55 member states, 17 member states are implementing the 0.2% levy on eligible imports. But all member states, of course, they pay the statutory, annual statutory assessment contribution. But that the idea of having a predictable, a sustainable source of funding is still on the table, but there's still a long way to go for that. Now, the other aspect in the financing of the Union, the financing of the Peace Fund. The Peace Fund of the Union is a fund that is meant to support some peace support operations, as by the international law, by the Charter of the UN, is of course, the Security Council of the Union, of the UN, that is in charge of funding peace support operations all over the world. AU member states are also UN member states, but the Union decided to mobilize, to fund 25%. And the goal was to reach 400 million USD. I think this has been achieved, which is a success when you keep in mind that, you bear in mind that in 1993, the fund, there was $0 on that fund, but the member states have really mobilized and have contributed up to 400 million USD. So the Peace Fund, you have a board of managers that make sure that the money does not just lie there. The money also yield interest, and the money also will be used. I think 5 million USD are already allocated from some peace support operations. So this is really an overview of all aspects of the AU reforms. There's other items, so the quotas, women quotas, youth quotas, the recruitment of directors at the AUC is really, there's I won't say the step forward, but the leap forward, where we are moving towards kind of gender, not simply equity, but practically equality. Some key directorates are now chaired by women. You have HR, you have strategic planning, you have the Office of the Secretary to the Commission, the person in charge of relations with member states, a number of directorates, it is not just by hazard, it is a policy of promoting gender equality. Same thing for the youth. The idea is to have 35% of the staff of the whole union being the youth, so under 35 years old, the process also is on. So I think it's 30 minutes exactly, it's even less than 30 minutes. I gave you an overview of the whole process, and the process is supposed to be finalized. There might be a second summit on AU reforms in July. The first one took place in November 2018 in Addis Ababa. The Assembly decided in February, to convene an extraordinary summit on AU reforms in July in Malabo, the day after the mid-year coordination meeting that will take place in Malabo. So they still, what is sure is that the file on division of labor would have been finalized by then, division of labor. For the organs, I have my bosses that are in the hall. I cannot decide. I think the subcommittee on structural reforms will resume. I've discussed with Ambassador Abdi. By next week, they have a meeting this forthcoming week. You're interested because this is when your file will be considered. So maybe in the next 10 days, the PRC will start considering the recommendations for the court, for the commission, for the committee of experts. I wouldn't disclose the scenario because they have the privilege of considering everything and making recommendations to the Executive Council. So this is just to give you hope that at long last, I know you've been waiting for quite a long time for the reform of the commission, Banjul, of the court in Arusha. I've been there several times. For the committee of experts, Mr. President, you're here. So now I think you should get ready. Beginning next week, what we will do, I talked to my secretary, to my staff, we will resend you the excerpt of the whole, this 1,000 pages report, which concerns you, so that you get ready once the subcommittee on structural reforms, it will be a joint sitting. Subcommittee on structural reforms chaired by the ambassador of Djibouti, and subcommittee on general supervision and coordination on financial, budgetary, and administrative affairs chaired by the ambassador of Kenya. What I told both ambassadors is that they have a personal interest in that, just to make you smile. Because the one in charge of structural reforms, the chairperson of the AUC Commission is not from Djibouti, is the one in charge of the implementation of the reform. I have to give you, the institutional architecture of the reform process. At the highest level, you have the champion, who is the head of state, is the one reporting to the assembly. Second level, you have the chairperson of the African Union Commission. And third level, you have the reform implementation unit that is in charge of the day-to-day coordination and delivery on reform, which is in the bureau of the chairperson, directly attached to the chairperson of the African Union Commission. So the chair of the subcommittee on structural reforms, Ambassador Abdi from Djibouti, the chairperson of the General Supervision and Coordination on Budget, the ambassador of Kenya, President Ruto is the champion. So I think that we will do everything. They will do everything to make sure that the file, if the file could be ready, depends. This is the budgetary session. The PRC is very busy, but I know they will do their utmost to make sure that the maximum of those entities are finalized in view of the special summit on AU reforms in July. And the rest, if everything is not finalized, by February for the next session of Heads of State, Assembly of Heads of State and Government. Thank you very much. I think it was 30 minutes.
Je pense que nous pouvons applaudir le professeur Mukoko, le chef de l'unité de réforme.
The head of the reform unit. We've all been updated. We're not updated with regard to the information. President Kaberuka, President Ruto, President Faki, or rather the chairperson Faki, who gave their all on this file, and Professor Muko, they are all great champions, and the names that Africa should remember for the tomorrow that we're going to bequeath to our children with new structures. Due to time constraints, I would simply like, with your permission, request 3 interventions, one from the states, one from the Commission on Human Rights, and one from the NGOs, in order to have time to break for lunch and return and continue with our agenda. For our states, we see Ambassador Wina, who asked for the floor for Eritrea. I think I'm going to give him the floor for his remarks. Thereafter, I'm going to take one Human Rights Commission and civil society organization. Professor Moko is still with us. Those who have not been able to take the floor can discuss him bilaterally thereafter.
Okay. Just to thank Professor Mukoko for the briefing, and briefly to say that there has to be better coordination and better participation of the organs of the Union in the reform process. I'm saying this because of the observation I've had with this commission after the retreat held in Kigali in 2023, in June 2023, of the PRC retreat on national reforms. Immediately after that, there was a session of the ACHPR, and there was real concern and there was real uncertainty within the members of the commission on the proposals that were made in the document from the consultant. So there was a session which we had to interact and to reassure them that their views would be taken on board. So at the end of your presentation, you had clarified that the Commission will get the text of the report, but I think that participation should go further. We have commissioners here who've been on the job for some of them close to a decade, who know the mechanism in and out. So I think we should also make use of their expertise, their observations in the process, and have real discussion and make sure that their input is reflected. Some of us far away in Addis Ababa or consultants will only know about the issues from papers. But since we have our legal experts, human rights experts who have enormous resources and knowledge on this issue, I think it would be appropriate, as you indicated, Your Excellency, to make use of the expertise of the Commission, and also to create that the aim of the understanding that the aim of the reform is to make a better functioning union and not to negatively affect any organ or body. So there has to be better transparency and participation, which goes beyond sharing of documents. Thank you.
Merci.
I wanted to leave it on one state, but I think Sudan is also requesting the floor. Maybe Ambassador from Sudan should say something.
Koko, whom I call the father of the implementation of the reform of our mother institution, the African Union. I have just two observations. One about the financing of the Union. The financing of the Union, as we know, for example, 60% of the program budget is financed by donors. And what's your opinion on if we say that the African Union and the African institution will not be independent in practice in executing its program while depending totally in its program on the donors and the partnership. This is without shutting the door for some international fruitful partnership and financement. The second observation is that if we look in depth, for example, just an example, to the Secretariat of the Peace Commission, the Commission for Peace, Political Affairs and Security, is there any rapporteur who can help in editing the reports, the communiques, or it is left only for some employees? Do the reform look to these details? Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Est-ce qu'il y a eu un DH qui souhaite?
Are there any Commission on Human Rights that would like to intervene? I can't see any hand raised. I can't see a National Human Rights Commission. Any NGO? Yes, Najib, please, can you come in?
Professor, I think the discussion today is very important and crucial for the future. We've been informed about this reform, I think, since the summit of Mauritania and before that on 2017. And we understand the ongoing changes and challenges that the African Union is facing. But let me ask some questions regarding who was, for example, responsible for the reform. That is, who has done the strategic planning for the reform? Is it an agency? Is it a company? Is it the expert within the African Union? This is the first one. The second, in relation to the three mechanisms of the African human rights mechanism, that is the African Commission of Banjul, the expert of the welfare of chair, and the African Court. Were they did you take their consentment, their consensus, their observation regarding the reform? And also including civil society that has observer status in terms of inclusiveness to have a full-fledged reform. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Naji, qui est
Of the African Center for Studies and Democracy. I think what you have said can represent the society. That we also have organs that are present here and that they're going to undergo reform. So we're going to give the floor to two organs. Then Professor Moko will wrap up. Professor Wilson, the expert on the rights and welfare of the children, on behalf of the African Commission. Mr. Wilson, the floor is yours.
However, we would like, our main concern is what is the impact on human rights issues of the reform? Because we are only looking for one perspective, is the financial perspective. We need cut, we need joint organs, but what is the impact of this reform for the African Union and for African citizens? One of the proposals that has been doing for member states is to join the African Committee on the Right and Welfare of Children and the African Commission of Human Rights. But we cannot forget that in less than 10 years, we're going to have 900 million of children in Africa. 900, almost 1 billion. And we only have one organ that in all African unions looking for the children's rights issues in the pragmatical perspective. And some unity reforms defend that we must join with the African Union and left more than 900 million of African children without full protections. We can not only look the issues of financial, but the impact for the African children. We are members of African Union, elected by member states, and it's very important to look what is our missions. Our missions is the African citizens, working hard to improve Africans. It's a very important. This is our missions, not elected members, but someone who has been elected to serve the African citizens. And this is something that I would kindly like to address and ask a very comprehensive approach to try to understand what each organ is doing for its jobs. And secondly, and the most important thing that I would like to state is the main concern of African citizens is what African Union is doing. People in Africa cannot see what we are doing, and we should try to improve. How can the work of every organ of African Union has direct impact of the African citizens? We should improve the inter-African trade. We should improve the African travels. But I think sometimes we discuss not the key issues of the African, because, as I say, at the end of the day, we work for the African citizens, and we need to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. On va terminer par Honorable Commissaire Solomon Ayeledaso for a quick word also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since this is the first time that I'm taking the floor, may I also greet distinguished delegates of member states, NHRIs and civil society organizations and AU officials present here. Thank you to Professor Mokoko for the briefing that gave the broad context in which the institutional reform of the African Union is being undertaken and where it stands as we speak today. And of course, of immediate concern for us as the African Commission and as African Committee and the African Court is what this reform would entail with respect to the mandate of these institutions. One of the reform areas in the document that you shared with us indicates that one of the purpose of the reform is to connect the African Union with African citizens. You have seen how we work here in the African Commission. It's the same with the African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. I'm not really sure if we have many African Union institutions that have this kind of direct connection with African citizens, with who organizing themselves as civil society organizations come here, participate actively, bringing in the voice of African citizens directly with member states. And if these are the few organizations or entities of the African Union that actually already deliver on this agenda, I don't know how much attention or consideration has been given to this aspect of the role of the African Commission and that of the Committee on the Welfare, the committee. The rationale for the reform, as you put it, boils down to one consideration, which is finance. And the financing basically if that is the only consideration, I think the trouble that we will be having is the methodological question that the president of the committee raised. Because flash down and, whose size is raised or shrunk based on, the rise and fall of profit and that kind of, understanding. So, part of the point that have been made, I agree fully with my brother, the representative of Eritrea, Biniam, about the question of the methodology that is used. How much expertise do the people who have actually carried out the assessment have about the African human rights system? And how much consultation have been undertaken, particularly in terms of the range of options that can be explored from, in terms of the reform process. So the point is not so much that there shouldn't be reform, but do we really have explored all the options that can be explored in order to arrive at, the most cogent of options that ensures that the progress that has been made in the field of human rights is not reversed. Because one of the, I think the African Union system is known for is for the progress that have been made incrementally. You mentioned the OAU Charter, the Constitutive Act. If you look the progress that have been made, it's one of, the journey, it is one of progress, not regression. And therefore, one of the concern now is whether this is going to be a moment of regression, rather than sustaining the trajectory of progress through the mandates and the commitment of the AU to citizens, to their rights, their welfare, and ensuring that accountability and justice is guaranteed through African Union own institutions, such as the Commission. Thank you.
Merci, commissaire Derso. Ceci met fin aux interactions. Je vais demander.
End to our discussion. I'm going to request Professor Mokoko to take 5 minutes and respond to or answer the questions that were put in. Thank you, Professor. You have the floor.
It's a very difficult job. I want to make this very clear. Yes, what Chairperson Dalmeida said, out of experience, you can see my face, I'm an old man, although my face doesn't show that. I've seen so many things in my life. I held several positions, ministerial portfolios of chair, industrial companies, all those things. So it's simply, from a human point of view, it's very difficult for a human being who is a member of an organization or is chairing the organization to welcome the reforms, because sometimes reforms are painful. Let me tell you something. One evening in my office in Addis, 8 p.m. at night, we were restructuring one organ, I won't say what. A lady came walking into my office and said, oh, really, Prof, this thing, don't put it, remove it, and so forth. Although it's not me, I don't make decisions. The member states make decisions to final analysis. What happened is that 2 years later, the person was no longer there. We wanted to put the position of deputy. The person convinced me that, no, we don't need a deputy, I'll do it myself. Today, that person is no longer there. So it's a human reaction that a human being holding a position would be scared of what will come. This is the reason why, and I want to praise President Kagame for that. The reform unit is a time-limited structure. The reform unit shall be dissolved once reform done. So, because all of us were human beings. So as to avoid any person working in the reform unit having his own personal agenda. So from that point of view, we say in French, je suis froid. J'ai des émotions. Je comprends ceci, je comprends cela, mais je dois faire mon travail. Member State says rationalization. Yes, you should rationalize. Long as the rationalization, from the very moment when the rationalization might mean closing an office in X member state, then the reaction changes. We cannot close it. Rationalization could mean merging from a rational point of view. But then people will say, no, you cannot merge because of this, because of that. So it becomes very, very difficult. Hence the idea of proposing options. Not one option. Option A, advantages, disadvantages. Option B, advantages, disadvantages. The member states decide. They decide. For this exercise, this final phase of restructuring, there are three scenarios. Scenario one, optimization. You keep the structure as it stands, but you optimize it. There's some technicalities there. Scenario two, shared services. You create centers you mutualize support functions. When you have a look on the organogram, you have core functions and you have support functions. HR, finance, IT, communication, and so forth. In my own capital city, Yaoundé, we have 4 AU specialized statistical agencies, 3 at a walking distance. Walking distance. In each of those offices, you have HR, finance, IT, communication. Each of the offices. Member State says, rationalize. They even said the following, budget neutral. The reform shall be budget neutral. And if possible, cost reduction. How do you reduce cost? Optimization, you don't reduce any cost. The second thing, which is shared services. This is what's been done in the corporate world today, everywhere in the world. At the UN, at the African Development Bank, they've mutualized those support functions, not core functions. Number 3, that you merge. So those options are on the table. My job is to make the presentation. The member state decides which is the best for them, because they are the ones who are the owners of all these institutions. So the option is there. We even started the process. We had a meeting on human rights institutions. And I remember my dear sister Abiola took the floor, and my sister, I remember, she defended the position. of option 1. It's not a reform yet. Once we made a proposal, once we make the recommendation, once we make the presentation, the PRC member states are discussing and so forth, and the organ is giving the floor. So consultation, Excellency Biniam. Excellency Biniam, I've already this personally. Here, this is my second time, not in Niamey, not here. The first time it was in Niamey. 5 hours with the commission, 5. When I went to the court for the second time, I had, because me, I'm not very familiar with this computer. I'm still the old style. I had my notes, you say notebook, right? You can ask, all of them, they were there. Imani, she's new. Before Madame Imani, there was someone else. Everything they were saying, I had my notebook. Nothing new for me. C'est connu. Ce que vous pouvez me dire ici aujourd'hui, je l'ai entendu déjà.
Already heard it before. I have undergone the same scenario in 2018 in Niamey. I was there, and it's the same thing. Actually, it helps us to know how, in reality, it functions.
Inclusive. We try as best as we can, and it also depends on the availability. Sometimes, you hire a firm, right? You pay the firm for a period of time, 3 months, 4 months. You make an appointment with, I'm not saying that it's happened with the commission here, no. But certain entities, they say, okay, we have a working session X day from time to time, and they don't show up. What do? You continue. Because the contractual arrangements, that firm is paid. But once the firm submits his recommendations to the commission, we process it. And we also submit our complementary report. Same thing to the PRC. We do that. So we have the views, because sometimes members, they tell us, we want to see the recommendations of the consulting firm. We also want to see your own recommendations based on what the firm said. So we do both. So, and once we know how things will be, the program of work, then we make sure that before, let's say, dealing with the commission has the reports, both of the consultant and of the commission, so they can get prepared for the meeting. It is contradiction, Then member states make decision at the final analysis. Let me finish the other things, please, with your permission, 1 or 2 minutes. Ambassador Elzain. So on this okay, the issue is a budgetary issue. 80% of programs are funded by external donors. I cannot answer that question. It depends on the financial financial situation of our member state. We know that we went through serious crises. The COVID-1, the war in Ukraine, national budgets are in difficulties practically everywhere in Africa. So they have to take that into consideration. Member states can only fund what they can fund. They do their best. This reform has been decided by member states. We are just assisting member states in the decision-making process. For Peace and Security Council, once we get there, we discuss on the issue that you raised, on the drafting of communiques. I know what you mean. What you want to say is that the Peace and Security Council does not have an autonomous secretariat. This is what we want to say. and that the Secretariat is rather in the Commission, Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department. But that's an issue we cannot raise here. Mr. Naji, yes, I remember the summit in Nouakchott. I was there. So what you said is, who prepares? I think it's clear now. At the beginning of the process, we say in French, le moyen haïssable. Le moyen haïssable. There are things that we did within the unit without hiring any firm. For 2 years, we didn't hire any firm. And key decisions were made at the level of heads of state. At a certain point in time, the job became too complex that we needed an external eye. That's where we started hiring consulting firms. So they did the job, but they did the job in consultation with the organs, of course. And then submit to the reform unit. I submit to the chairperson, to commissioners. There's a discussion with all directors. Then we have our own views on the report from the consultants. Then we submit the whole thing to the PRC.
Thank you.
So I think that I've went through everything. Okay, thank you for having given me that opportunity, but it's a very difficult exercise, but it's absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Pouvons applaudir le professeur Mukoko. La réforme est difficile, mais la réforme sera nécessaire. Avec ça, nous le remercions déjà beaucoup.
So we thank him for being available. We will break for 1 hour. We will come back at 10 minutes past 3 o'clock to give you time to have lunch. Thank you and see you in a little while.
Hour from now on the situation of human rights defenders in the Sahel, and it is being organized by FIDH. This is taking place in thematic room 1. I would also like to announce that at close of business, we will have 2 other side events. The launch of the study on the protection of human rights defenders with a focus on civic space in Central Africa by REDAC between 5:30 and 7 p.m. And the third activity also, side event after hours, on enforced disappearances in Burundi. This has been organized by the Forum for Conscience and Development, and this will take place in Press Room 3. The activity on Burundi will be in Press Room 3. The activity on Central Africa and civic space therein would be in Thematic Room 4, and both of these are after close of business. And the one happening immediately now is the activity in relation to civic space in the Sahel, taking place in Thematic Room 1. Kindly also allow me to quickly reiterate the service points for lunch. For member states, lunch will be served in the banquet hall on the first floor. The banquet hall on the first floor. For commissioners, honorable ministers, excellencies, ambassadors, the banquet hall on the ground floor. And staff and all the service providers supporting this session will have their lunch in the glass room to the left-hand side once you come out of the building. Thank you so much. Out of the room, out of this main hall. Thank you and bon appetit.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Lederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence en tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi-Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation
and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded ACHPR support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele-Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socio-economic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resources of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África, Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Beaumont. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on women's rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa. And we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Court Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism, and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and the different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different types of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present, member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate, and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence, and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord,
il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Hein. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la Commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Hein. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Lederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence, en tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi-Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative. and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded ACHPR support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque nas políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of that.
ونفتكر القصة دي طبعا الصوت بيكون واضح هناك. اديني كم صورة هنا. واعتقد الصورة دي قاعدة تعاين.
Land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector had enormous potential for contribution to the socio-economic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the living experience of most people on the continent.
Thank you.
Contrary to this, the natural resources of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question, whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que São homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante de respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Aboumou. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa. And we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Court Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyakun, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism, and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and the different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different cases of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Rabatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the Charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoy Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Lederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas, des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence, en tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. La Commission demande aux participants qui sont dans la salle de bien pouvoir regagner leur place pour que nous puissions continuer avec les points qui sont inscrits à notre agenda. Nous allons continuer avec, après ce beau briefing sur la réforme institutionnelle de l'Union africaine.
Reform of the African Union. We're going to now deal with this human rights situation in Africa. While waiting for the updated list, I'm going to continue with the NGOs that had took time to register, that had taken time rather to register. The last NGO that registered was the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. And I'm going to invite Lawyers for Human Rights Ethiopia, Betashu Gilma Dege, who is the program director. Lawyers for Human Rights, an NGO from Ethiopia. Are they in the hall? I've just received the updated list. They're not. He is not in the hall. So I'm going to call on the environment, natural resources and development. Richard Bartosa, the executive director. He's not here either. Zimbabwe Women Laws Association, Abigail Matsvai, who's the executive director. Zimbabwe, are you here? Not in the hall either. IPAS Africa Alliance, David Omondi, Policy and Advocacy Associate, not in the hall either. Equality Now by Deborah Nyukabi, not in the hall either. Alliances for Africa, not in the hall either. The Ivorian Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, Matt Koulibaly, I think he's traveled already. Did he ask somebody to represent them? Mrs. Matt Koulibaly told us yesterday she was going to travel and somebody was going to read her. What appears normally. What Alliance for Citizen Participation? Paul Mulindwa should be in here. Mulindwa, are you here? Yes, please. Go to the NGO desk, which is in the middle of the hall. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Zelalem Vitra, SOS Information, Multi-Sector Legal Information. Elisha Motobunga, is he connected? Marcel Maniepe from Redac. Marcel, are you here? Mr. Marcel Maniepe, not in the hall. Defenders. Richard Kanya, you've got 5 minutes. Defenders, 5 minutes. And then I'll invite one last NGO on the list that we had to wrap up earlier. Interpreter saying that you're so close to the microphone, you can stay away, give some distance from the microphone. That would be good. You can continue now.
Significant political crisis following the October 2024 elections, widespread protests in response to allegations of electoral manipulations have been met with a brutal crackdown with over 500 fatalities, 2,000 injuries and 1,500 arbitrary detentions,
Excuse
with only
me.
half of the detainees released. While noting that Gabon has conducted peaceful elections, the situation in Mozambique raises alarm as elections approach in other countries, including Burundi, Cameroon, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, and South Sudan, where tensions are already escalating. In this context, civil society faces heightened repressions characterized by emergence of repressive laws and policies that target political activists, pro-democracy movements and social movements, particularly during peaceful protests, leading to severe repercussions. It is critical for the international community to closely monitor these trends and advocate for the protection of human rights in Africa. In North Africa, particularly Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, there is a severe crackdown on migrants, mainly from sub-Saharan Africa. This repression includes hate speech, torture, arbitrary arrests, inhuman detention conditions, and criminalization of migrants' rights defenders. Security campaigns are targeting international organizations and local NGOs that aid migrants. In Libya, for example, 10 organizations have been forcefully dissolved, and their employees face harassment, investigation, and confiscation of passports, severely impacting migrant and refugee populations. These actions highlight the challenges facing civil society in Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya, where operational constraints are intensifying. We urge the Commission to address the detention of Sherifa Rihai, a member of African Defenders Steering Committee and former director of Tunisie d'Asile. She is separated from her 2-month-old infant and charged with terrorism, reflecting a broader trend affecting activists in Tunisia advocating for migrant rights. We thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Madam. And the last organization on this list is Arid Lands Institute, Kenya, Belkacem Younes. Belkacem? Il n'est pas dans... Belkacem, you are there. You can use the... Five minutes, huh?
Je crois que ça marche. Oui, ok. Je reprends. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames, Messieurs. Ça marche? Merci. Je suis Belkacem Younes et en tant qu'Africain appartenant au peuple autochtone amazigh en Afrique du Nord, il me tient à cœur de saluer et de féliciter chaleureusement Albert Baroumé, premier Africain qui accède au poste de rapporteur spécial des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. Il y a quelques années, j'ai eu le privilège et la chance d'apprécier et de profiter de ses compétences et de son engagement en faveur des droits des peuples autochtones, des droits de l'homme et des peuples, lorsque nous étions membres du groupe de travail sur les droits des peuples autochtones de la Commission africaine. Je le remercie beaucoup de nous avoir fait l'honneur d'être présent ici et lui souhaite toute la réussite dans l'accomplissement de sa noble mission. Je voudrais à présent vous alerter, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les commissaires, ainsi que l'ensemble de l'assistance sur la situation désastreuse que vivent les peuples autochtones en Afrique, du nord au sud du continent. Les peuples autochtones sont reconnus comme des peuples détenteurs de savoir, de savoir-faire et même de savoir-être originaux qui constituent une partie de la clé aux problèmes de l'humanité, tels que le changement climatique, la perte de la biodiversité et les conflits. Mais dans les faits, les peuples autochtones, vulnérables par définition et de fait, sont toujours victimes de violations de leurs droits les plus élémentaires. Aujourd'hui, beaucoup de peuples autochtones africains sont chassés de leurs terres, spoliés de leurs ressources naturelles, déplacés de force, exilés, frappés, emprisonnés et même tués. Par exemple, en Algérie, où paraît-il tout va bien, j'ai entendu cela ici hier, il y a aujourd'hui une quarantaine d'Amazirs kabyles qui sont condamnés à mort. Au Maroc, des Amazirs rifins purgent une peine de 20 ans de prison, tout cela pour des motifs imaginaires et après des procès expéditifs en violation des lois nationales et internationales. Au Sahel, des civils appartenant à des communautés autochtones sont massacrés dans leurs villages et leurs campements. Ailleurs en Afrique, des faits similaires sont sans cesse signalés. Les peuples autochtones en Afrique sont des laissés pour compte, même dans les cas rares où la justice leur donne raison, comme pour le peuple Ogiek au Kenya. Les décisions de justice ne sont pas suivies d'effet. Quant aux recommandations faites aux États, que ce soit par les organes de l'ONU ou de l'Union africaine, elles restent lettres mortes pour la plupart. Le but de cette intervention, c'est d'abord...
Monsieur Belkacem, prenez peut-être un autre micro sur le desk, parce que j'ai l'impression que celui-là ne fonctionne pas bien. Je vais vous ajouter 2 minutes, hein. Ne pas vous inquiéter.
Je vous entends mal, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, you can use another mic. I will give you 2 more minutes. Huh?
Bien, j'espère que c'est mieux maintenant.
Belkacem.
Merci
Belkacem.
beaucoup. Donc je poursuis.
Monsieur Belkacem.
Oui, pardon.
Utilise les micros qui sont sur le fauteuil. Voilà. Ceux-là, ils sont déjà morts. Voilà. Vous avez 3 minutes à partir de maintenant pour finaliser. Parce que vous avez été perturbé. Allumez.
C'est bon?
3 minutes.
Désolé pour ces incidents techniques, je vais essayer de finir. Je disais donc que le but de cette intervention, c'est d'abord de faire entendre la voix autochtone à la Commission africaine, mais aussi de rappeler encore et toujours l'obligation des États de respecter les droits de l'homme et des peuples, y compris les droits des peuples autochtones, tels qu'ils sont mentionnés dans la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. Je souhaite aussi rassurer tout le monde en réaffirmant que les peuples autochtones ne sont jamais une menace ni pour les États, ni pour les entreprises, ni pour personne, et que, au contraire, ils sont une partie de la solution et leur disparition serait une grande perte.
A great loss for humanity. The indigenous people simply request to be involved in the decisions that concern them. Africa needs to be conscious, be aware and convinced about this. So I recommend the African Commission to give the indigenous people the place that they deserve and what they represent as potential solutions. They should, for example, go through boosting the task force on the indigenous people in Africa so that this task force could carry out all its functions and represent the indigenous people. Not leave anybody aside. No African person should be left behind, including the indigenous people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bekasem. Mr. Arid, if you have the floor. I think I'm going to finish with the list, the morning list. So I'm going to, on behalf of the Ministry of Justice and the Kingdom of Eswatini, Londi Esibande, who's a senior state reporting officer. Londi, the advisor. Kondi Londi, are you here? From Eswatini, are you here? Sorry, Madam Londi, sorry, my mistake. You've got 7 minutes.
and relief, Eswatini has demonstrated its commitment to safeguarding the well-being of affected populations. And through the National Disaster Management Agency, the government has successfully completed the implementation of a project-funded grant which provided immediate disaster relief support to vulnerable households nationwide. This initiative led to the construction of 20 houses and 2 neighborhood care points for the most vulnerable families lacking adequate shelter, which were officially handed over to beneficiaries by the Deputy Prime Minister. Furthermore, NDMA made significant progress in supporting disaster-affected households through house construction and rehabilitation interventions, assisting 256 households with 57 newly built and rehabilitated homes. These efforts primarily targeted households impacted by natural disasters with a focus on regions severely affected by a devastating hailstorm on December 8, 2023. The Building Back Better approach was central to these initiatives, ensuring durability and climate resilience in all construction efforts. The government also remains committed to disability inclusion, having completed the National Disability Plan of Action of 2024 to 2028 with support from ESCOM and UN agencies. This initiative mainstreams disability inclusion across sectors, reinforcing Eswatini's commitment to upholding the rights of persons with disabilities. Under education and economic empowerment, ensuring quality education remains central to Eswatini's development agenda. The Minister of Education and Training has strengthened the school feeding program, ensuring that no child is deprived of nutrition while pursuing their studies. The inauguration of new schools and the revampment of some schools further enhances access to education for vulnerable children. A major milestone has been the launch of the School Staff Student Education Management Information System, which digitizes school data collection, enabling real-time access to information for better policy making. On economic empowerment, the government continues to focus on inclusive development through the Youth Enterprise Revolving Fund and various cooperative projects. Over 70,000 citizens have been empowered economically. The successful implementation of vocational training programs, youth accelerator schemes, and entrepreneurship grants has contributed to job creation and poverty reduction. Under health and human welfare, improving access to health care has been a top priority, evidenced by the procurement of additional ambulances and medical equipment to enhance emergency response capacity. The central medical stores have significantly improved medicine distribution rates, ensuring timely delivery of health facilities across the country. Furthermore, infrastructure developments, including new maternity wards and clinics, demonstrates Eswatini's commitment to healthcare accessibility. In 2023, the Health Act was promulgated to provide an umbrella legislation for the health sector and outlines the rights and responsibilities of both patients and service providers. Under legislative alignment and institutional reforms, Eswatini continues to align its legislative framework with international human rights standards. The enactment of the National Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Act of 2023 modernizes birth and death registration, ensuring universal access to legal identity. The Employment Bill of 2024 advances labor rights, guaranteeing fair work conditions and strengthening protections for all workers. Additionally, the government has pursued fiscal and economic policies that enhance economic resilience. The tax policy reforms, financial inclusion strategies, and the establishment of frameworks such as the National Trade Facilitation Program and Market Price Reference Catalog are aimed at improving economic governance and the ease of doing business in Eswatini. I will now provide a progress on African Commission recommendations, a reparative and justice-based perspective. I will address first of all the issue of the use of force during peaceful protests. We acknowledge the Commission's concern regarding excessive force in public demonstrations. The government of Eswatini remains steadfast in preventing any recurrence of disproportionate policing. While public protests over the past year have largely transpired peacefully, the government acknowledges an unfortunate incident that occurred on the 19th of February 2025 involving members of the Swaziland National Association of Teachers. The incident arose when SNAT representatives attempted to engage officials from the Ministry of Education and Training without following the established protocol for securing appointments. This unscheduled action created disruptions within the ministry, prompting officials to request police assistance in managing the situation. Law enforcement responded by escorting the SNAT members from the premises to restore order and ensure the continued functioning of government services. Recognizing the importance of dialogue and de-escalation, the Honorable Minister of Education convened a meeting with the SNAT executive the following day. This engagement proceeded despite procedural breaches, underscoring the government's commitment to open communication and conflict resolution through institutional channels. The government reiterates that peaceful engagement and adherence to administrative processes are fundamental to fostering mutual respect and resolving disputes. This incident, while regrettable, ultimately highlighted the value of calm leadership and the capacity of dialogue to diffuse tensions, demonstrating Eswatini's continued commitment to peaceful expression and constructive stakeholder engagement. In line with the reparative theme of this session, we continue to strengthen training on human rights-based policing and ensure that law enforcement accountability mechanisms are in place to address public grievances. On the freedom of assembly, expression, and association, the Public Order Act of 27, while requiring prior notification for public gatherings, is designed to ensure safety and does not restrict dissenting voices. On media and civic space, Eswatini enjoys a pluralistic media landscape. Newspapers such as the Times of Eswatini and Eswatini Observer regularly publish critiques of government policies. Online platforms and social media like Swazi Watchdog and hashtags such as Dialogue Now reflect a vibrant civic space with active public discourse. Lastly, in the interest of time, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the issue of accountability for killings and for the killings of activists and protesters. Justice is incomplete without truth, accountability, and reparative mechanisms. Eswatini condemns all unlawful killings, including the assassination of human rights lawyer Mr. Thulan Masego. This crime has profoundly impacted our nation's conscience. An update on the Masego case is that the case remains under active, high-priority investigation by specialized units within the Royal Eswatini Police Service, and investigative methods including forensic science, intelligence gathering, and cooperation with international technical partners are being used. Other post-unrest criminal cases, including killings of traditional leaders and civilians, are also under investigation with the same diligence, reflecting the government's commitment to a justice process grounded in truth and dignity for all victims, regardless of political affiliation. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Eswatini remains committed to fulfilling its obligations under the African Charter and other human rights treaties, and by strengthening social protection, education, healthcare, economic empowerment, and aligning legislative frameworks with international standards, we reaffirm our dedication to ensuring dignity, equality, and opportunities for all Emaswati. We look forward to continued collaboration with this Commission and international partners in advancing human rights and sustainable development.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and esteemed colleagues.
On me dit que ces deux ONG sont retournées. La coalition ivoirienne de
Ivorian Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Let me call Red Dog. 5 minutes, nothing more. Very briefly, thank you, Chairperson. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, dear colleagues. RIDAC and its coalition is following attentively the electoral process in 3 countries of Central Africa, Gabon, Cameroon, and the Central African Republic. With respect to violations against fundamental freedoms, the Republic of Chad has faced security challenges as well as the consequences of climate change, especially with the fast tracking of desertification. Furthermore, we note that there have been violations of freedom of association and the freedom of expression and the press. In Gabon, even though we are still concerned by the absence of equitable justice for political prisoners arrested before or after the arrest of Ali Bongo, we commend the convening of peaceful elections in Gabon 12 April, which was crowned by the swearing in of the president. However, there are some challenges with respect to the proliferation of attacks against human rights defenders. In Democratic Republic of Congo, even though we deplore the return of the death penalty, which not only represents a step backwards in terms of the protection of human rights and its desire to fight for peace and social cohesion. We commend the government of DRC, which is the first country in Central Africa to adopt the law on the protection of human rights. Unfortunately, we, however, note that there are some challenges which are linked to security, freedom of peaceful demonstration, freedom of press, and the harassment by armed groups, and the proliferation of attacks against human rights defenders. In Cameroon, the current situation is characterized by ever-increasing tension and a desire to a popular resistance, and the presidential elections of October 2025 can represent a milestone for the country, but then it means that everybody has to be mobilized collectively to ensure peaceful transitions when it comes to preserving stability. Therefore, with respect to violations of freedom of association, since 6 December 2024, several civil society organizations from Cameroon have been suspended, or their activities have been cancelled. This is the decree suspending the activities of RIDAC for 3 months, and also that of Reach Out for 3 months also. In 23rd April 2025, last week, the premises of RIDAC were broken into by unidentified individuals, while it was even sealed after the date, 2 months after the seal should be taken about. Now, the civil society in Cameroon and the political parties in the opposition parties are also victims of several violations. For example, l'OMG Amonda Venib, whose license was not renewed since 2021. Nouveau Droit de l'Homme, whose headquarters was broken into 2 times after it set up a crisis solution when crisis unit when RIDAC was banned. There are also violations of freedom of the press, threats and intimidation against human rights defenders. In Central African Republic, RIDAC and its coalition commenced the adoption of the law on the promotion and protection of human rights defenders 27 December 2024 by the National Assembly. Whilst this law is being promulgated, we would like to commend the significant advances that have been made in that field. RIDAC and its coalitions recommends to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to commit to challenge the African states who are signatory to the Charter to scrupulously adhere to the provisions of the African Charter, and also to effectively fight against impunity, to adhere to the Charter, to just simply release human rights defenders, journalists, and prisoners of opinion, to stop all harassment, intimidation, reprisals against human rights defenders, in particular women and girls, and all those working in the LGBTQ, and journalists, to adopt law to promote and protect the rights of the human rights defenders by placing particular emphasis on women. In the same vein, RIDAC and its coalition request the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to request the states of Chad, DRC, CIR, and Cameroon to put in place appropriate a platform for conflict resolution, so that the arms would be kept silent in line with Resolution 446 of and Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Finally, to State of Cameroon to respect the freedom of assembly and to unseal the premises of RIDAC, and also to effectively fight for the opening of civic space in Cameroon. Thank you, Mr. Marcel, for that statement read on behalf of the Network of Human Rights Defenders in Africa. Burundi, NHRI of Burundi. National Council of Human Rights of Algeria, Abdelmajid Zalani. Abdelmajid Zalani. Abdelmajid Zalani is not here. The Benin Commission of Human Rights, Prince Agujang Amporcers, who is the General Rapporteur. Benin, NHRI Benin is not here. Vice Chairperson, NHRI from Cameroon, it's not here present. Rwanda National Commission for Human Rights. Madam, I saw you. Yes, I can show you over there. You have 7 minutes, madam. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Underwent through the electoral, presidential and parliamentary elections last year in July. So the Commission monitored the whole process, electoral process, from the campaign to the days of the election itself. And the Commission noted that the whole process went well organized, conducted peacefully and successfully. The general outcome of the monitoring of elections highlight that several positive aspects, including the clear marked polling stations that were maintained, timely delivery and secure handling of voting materials, and also the accessibility of persons with disability, including the use of braille ballots for the visually impaired voters, which was the first time. But also there are some challenges regarding the citizens that couldn't find themselves on the list of election because they moved or they forgot to register. The Commission advocated to the National Commission of Electoral to have an annex list, but to have, as things have moved for online registration, to be prepared to have the full list in advance. Regarding the same under protection mandate, also the Commission continued to receive complaints of citizens. The Commission handled about 563 complaints, among which 75% were resolved,
and others were still were referred to relevant authorities. The Commission also monitored the condition of life people with disability that living in family settings. The findings of the Commission indicate that many persons, while they benefit from social and medical support, they still face challenges, especially limited family resources that hindering their access to basic needs. There is a high rate of education dropout because due to the nature of some disabilities, and of course some also cases of some parental neglecting to take care of the children with disability because of the stigma. Under its second mandate of NPM, National Preventive Mechanism Institution, the Commission carried out announced visits into 14 correctional facilities, 72 police stations, Rwanda Investigation Bureau custodies, and in transit centers and rehabilitation centers. While the Commission notes improvements regarding the overcrowding in prisons, where it dropped from 134% to 160%, but the Commission still have concern because there are some prisons that still have the overcrowding rate, which is very high. And also, the Commission note that there are delays in court hearings and the long pre-trial detention that facilitate that overcrowding. Under the promotion of human rights, the Commission trained 172 law enforcement officers from Rwanda National Police, Rwanda Investigation Bureau, and the Rwanda Correctional Services on Mandela rules and on the new criminal procedure that provide the pre-bargaining procedure and mediation at the level of investigation and prosecution that we expect that will help us to reduce the backlogs in the courts and indirectly impact positively on the issue of overcrowding. The Commission also carried out the public lectures and the awareness campaign on human rights, focusing on the rights of children and persons with disability, and also on cyber security and social media with human rights. And the Commission also did some research and contributed to the establishment of National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights that is submitted to the Ministry of Justice that is preparing the whole National Human Rights Action Plan that will come out as one document. Also, during some assessment the Human Rights Commission did, and we did, of course, in drafting the National Action Plan, it was the outcome of the assessment on respect of human rights in business, informal businesses sectors that the Commission carried out, and we came up with the action plan. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, the Rwanda National Commission for Human Rights values its partnership with this distinguished African Commission and commend its effort to strengthen the engagement of national human rights institutions in this forum. We reaffirm our commitment to share our best practices and learn from sister institutions in our collective pursuit of just, equitable, and rights-respecting Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame la...
The chairperson, President Sumugungi, for your statement on the efforts being deployed by the National Human Rights Commission of Rwanda for the implementation of the African Charter. Let me look at the updated list of NGOs. I will not call you twice, as I have done previously. If we conclude on that list, it would mean that they are not here, and then that will be shifted till tomorrow. So I would allow now the state participants as well as the other participants to take a well-deserved rest according to the program that will be submitted to you. Environment, RRND Institute, Richard Badosa, Executive Director. he is not here present. NGO Mukududim David Joel, 561, number 561. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Where are you? Can I see you? 5 minutes. Please, you can be your own timekeeper. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commissioners. Repression of civil society organizations and restrictions of freedom of association after the elections in Cameroon, civic and political rights throughout 24 and the beginning of this year, 2025, which is an electoral year in Cameroon. All the above have been undermined. Prohibition of meetings, suspension, threats of suspension and closure of civil society organizations, suspension of funding associations, the fact that tax is levied on associations, among other acts that have been documented. In view of the above restriction of the civic space by prohibition of meetings and public meetings, on 6 September 2024, the sub-prefect of the commune of Didier-Aprene prohibited, Mr. Chairman, through a message, prohibited a meeting organized by the NGO at the municipal stadium. The venue was raided by police and gendarme officers. January 2024 to April 2024, at least 20 cases of prohibition of public meetings and demonstrations were recorded, especially those of the political parties, MRC, Movement for the Reconciliation, the Cameroon Party for National Reconciliation, prohibition of meetings of the Alliance for Political Transition in Politics and the Political Alliance for Change. The Ministry of Territorial Administration, in official announcements, held some speeches dealing with labeling the civil society organizations of destabilization agency and who are conniving with armed groups. With respect to the violation of liberty, freedom of association, on 6 December 2024, through the social networks, we all experienced, we also heard of a note which prohibited and closed organizations such as Redact, Dish Art, and I will not come back to this again, Mr. Chairman. Since 2021, Mon Avenir, as well as other civil society organizations, are still waiting for their license to be renewed. And this application is deposed at the ministry. Since 2022, the state of Cameroon has introduced in its financial law fiscal provisions which are not in line with the functioning of the associations. Inter alia, the request to submit a full statement of all sums collected by the associations, the obligations to declare on a monthly and an annual basis levies and tax owed, including for which they are not legally bound. On 24th March 2025, the Ministry of Territorial Administration sent a letter to the resident coordinator of the United Nations Systems in Cameroon and the humanitarian coordinators, and the subject was the funding of non-profit-making organizations. In that letter, the minister only acknowledged 144 associations as being given the license and the right to recourse to funding of technical and financial manner is externally and internally. And this is a serious violation of the provisions in item number 33 of the guidelines of the African Union on the freedom of association and meetings. In that regard, we would like to recommend, Mr. Chairperson, to adopt a strong-worded resolution for the state of Cameroon so that this country opens the illegally sealed associations, and also by officially clarifying the situation of their organizations whilst waiting for the renewal of their license. Call upon the state of Cameroon to respect the instrument, but also to urge the state of Cameroon to put an end to the ever-increasing political tensions just before the crucial elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Joel. You please do well to submit that note to the Common Rapporteur for follow-up. Environment, National Resources, Richard Badosa, the Executive Director, 498, the status number, not in the hall. NGO, Mon Avenue. I'm not going to call Mon Avenue because you just talked about you actually feature twice on the list. My natural resources that has been done. Mon Avenue has been done. Environment and natural resources. It features several times on the list, and I'd like the Secretary to pay more attention. Even number 8 has come. I will now move on to 9.
What is it?
Africa Alliance, David Omondi, Advocate Associate, and move on. Equality now, Dawda to you. Deborah Nyukabi. Chukwu Karigu, Professor Deborah. There's nobody who has the speech. Paul Molindwa, we just heard from him. SOS Information Juridique Multisectorielle, SOS Isham Mutabuko had to come online, but he's not online. Marcel Manepe has just taken the floor, so I'm not going to the floor again. Reporter sans frontières Jean Lagarde. Reporter sans frontières Jean Lagarde. Are you the one? All right. You've got 5 minutes. You time yourself, please. You got just 5 minutes. Honorable Chair, can you hear me? Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, Reporters Sans Frontières Organization of the Defense of Freedom of Press and like to intervene on the situation of journalists in Guinea. We regret that, contrary to the promise made when it took over power, the regime in place did not protect the freedom of press in the country. 3.5 years after arriving at power, the transition tourists, the press is under pressure and the media landscape is asphyxiated. Guinea is wrestling a lot with regard to the freedom of press. Since has lost 25 places compared to last year, as now 103 on 180 persons. Ironically, on this day of Freedom Press Day, it's 5 months now that the journalist Guinean Camara was abducted. He's a victim of forced disappearance and his whereabouts are unknown. The general administrator of the information site revealed that 242 was abducted 3 December 2024 in capital Conakry. Armed men broke his windshield and took him out and beat him up and then took him to an unknown destination. The journalist was going to a business man's house for an appointment 5 months on no information on his health, where he's being held. Abiyaman Cameron is a critical journalist of the military authorities in power. Before he was disappeared, he called on the authorities on their commitment. The forced disappearance in July of Kemenge and Mamadou Bira before the media was banned. He co-hosted a program in Juma Media. His lawyers took a lawsuit on 5 December. Another organization called on the Guinean authorities so that it should shed light on this adoption. But ever since, they've only talked about him publicly just once, and the speaker for the government has rejected all responsibilities. Distinguished commissioners, his disappearance is worrying in the Guinean media landscape. In 2024, there was been a turning on the repression of the private press. Despite their commitments, the authorities act in all illegality, and they banned 4 radios and 2 private televisions on 21 May 2025. Joma Tele and Joma FM, Espace FM, Espace TV, Sweet FM, and Film F are no longer on the air. Before this decision, the radios were being on. The government justified this operation that some media did not live up to their responsibilities. The essential media, which are part of the major groups of the media of the countries, they have actually been forced to find an guideline. This reduction to silence of independent media is dramatic for citizens that are deprived of their access to information. This repression is also accompanied with intimidation and threat to journalists who have freedom of speech. Some of them are threatened with death and kidnapping, are monitored or followed by the authorities. Some that fear their security left the country and took measures to protect themselves. Last 28 January 2025, we seized the rapporteur of the human rights and access to information to inform him about this alarming situation. We got his response and we transmitted the letter to the authorities. Distinguished commissioners, in light of foregoing, we would like you to call on the authorities of Guinea so that they can shed light on the fate of the journalist Abima Wakanar, and that he can be found, and also request you to call on the authorities to stop the harassment of media so that the media can resume their activities. Private media should be able to practice without any restriction, and journalists have to practice without any fear of reprisals. We are waiting for the reaction of the transition authorities. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Mrs. Chan. Paralegal Advisory Service Institute, Clifford, Ms. Siska, are you here? You've got 5 minutes.
With the prison congestion in Africa, World Prison Brief indicate that there are 121 countries worldwide. Out of these, 43 countries are in the African continent, which are very congested. Honorable Commissioner, the time for remedial action is long overdue. I need not tell you that overcrowded prison directly breach the lives of prisoners. It is true, Honorable Commissioners, that prisons have turned into incubators of diseases and hothouses for organized crime, substance dependency, extreme views, and violence. If you look at imprisonment, far from being the response of last resort to those whose presence in society represent the greatest threat, as envisaged in international standard, prisons have become by default repositories of foreign nationals in breach of migration laws, the mentally ill, recalcitrant youth, disobedient daughters, and petty offenders. Having looked at all these problems, Honorable Commissioners, we know that our African governments are trying to build more prisons. But this is a very expensive venture, looking at the competing needs that our governments have. In view of the above, Honorable Commissioners, Paralegal Advisory Service Institute would like to urge you to work with the African governments to conduct prison audits regularly. Basically, a prison audit is not something new, but it is a methodology that informs justice reform. In Malawi, around 2023, we worked with the Malawi Prison Service. The prison audit gave startling results. Because of time, I don't want to go into details, Honorable Commissioner. I would like to assure you, Honorable Commissioners, that Paralegal Advisory Service Institute is available to provide technical support to some of our NGOs and our prison administration that would like to undertake prison audit in order to reduce congestion. I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Merci, vous allez... Il ne faut pas dire que vous n'avez pas besoin de nous rappeler. C'est justement votre rôle de nous rappeler la situation des prisons sur le continent africain. C'est votre rôle de nous le rappeler. C'est pour ça que vous êtes partenaire ici. Vous allez transmettre cette note à...
To submit to the Commissioner Manuela, who is the reporter on the prison conditions, and she will see how you can work together on this issue that affects all countries of Africa, except, of course, a few. We're going to continue. West African Network of Human Rights Defenders, Bonawatui Koi Mauve. Honorable Chair, Honorable Councillors, the situation of human rights in West Africa is faced with challenges of restrictions with the adoption of the digital law that restricts the rights of citizens. We have observed progress in the sub-region, but they are affected by the Commission of the 16 countries in our network as face threats, intimidation, law on terrorism and money laundering, digital restrictions and laws on public assembly, as well as the restriction of the civil space. These are prominent points on the situation. In Benin, if the countries have been long been cited as an example of democracy in West Africa, several indicators show a worrying decline in civil and political rights as in the electoral reforms of 2019. Freedoms of expression, assembly, and demonstration are increasingly restricted. Journalists, activists, and political opponents have been arrested or prosecuted for offenses related to their opinions or activities critical of power. Provisions of the digital code and the criminal code relating to terrorism raise serious concerns about respect for human rights 9 months before the legislative and municipal elections and 12 months before the presidential elections. In terms of freedom of expression, citizens have been arrested and prosecuted for critical publications on social networks, often on charges of harassment by electronic means or apology of terrorism according to the digital code or the criminal code, particularly in its provisions on terrorism. Also, since the withdrawal of its declaration in 2020, Benin citizens and civil society organizations no longer have access to a binding regional judicial appeal to refer to the African Court for Human and People's Rights, thus limiting the alternatives available in the event of insufficient national mechanisms, a situation that weakens the effectiveness of the protection of fundamental rights and reduces the complementarity between the national and regional system of human rights protection. In Togo, the situation of human rights is marked by violations and the repression of fundamental freedoms. The authorities restricted freedom of expression and the right to peaceful assembly. Journalists were sentenced to imprisonment for defamation or publication of false information, illustrating a hostile climate towards the press. The High Authority for Audiovisual and Communication suspended several newspapers, thus reinforcing media censorship. Cases of torture and mistreatment in detention are also documented. This is the case of young militants close to the Pan-African National Party belonging to the Tiger of Revolution movement, arrested since 2017, who are still laxing in prison, 8 of whom died in detention. Human rights defenders in Togo operate in a difficult environment. Although the country is in the process of passing a law to protect these actors, threats and reprisals remain frequent. Freedom of assembly is often hampered by restrictive laws. Public demonstrations must be declared in advance to the authorities, who may refuse their authorization on the pretext of public safety. Freedom of expression, although it exists, remains the control. Bloggers and human rights activities who play a crucial role in the dissemination of alternative information and in criticizing the government navigate a hostile environment where the activities can lead to reprisals. This is the case of Honore Sistope Sokpo, also known as Affecto, arrested on January 12 after the publication of one of his poems on social networks entitled Make Your Part. Despite his release, requested by United Nations Special Rapporteur Mary Lolo last April 16, he's still in custody. In Liberia, although the security situation seems satisfactory without aggression or intimidation, there are excessive violations of human rights. Peaceful gatherings, freedom of expression, movement, and association are often repressed. This is the case of the Workers' Assembly called King Joy, where the latter were brutalized by the police, as well as the journalists who came to cover this event. We counted 1 dead and several injured. Although a criminal commission has been set up to investigate the situation, the government has not yet made its report public. Honorable Chair would like to talk about Guinea-Bissau as well, where the freedom of association continues in the country, but there are laws that are trying to restrict this freedom. In Côte d'Ivoire, it is also the case of teachers that are in custody who just wanted to protest. By way of recommendation, we would like to request states covering our space to respect the civil space and facilitate the work of independent associations to enable free exercise of the laws recognized by international instruments, encourage states to encourage talking with civil society in designing and implementing it in public processes. We also need to create a fund where support mechanisms to help victims of violation of human rights and help to free the defender Musa Changari in Niger. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Asosiakao Omunga. Asosiakao Omunga. Not in the hall. Well-being of Africa, Mrs. Rabut Mastola Diallo. Mrs. Ramatulai Diallo, Well-being of Africa. Ramatulai Diallo, are you here? I think she's from here, from the Gambia. Yes, last NGO, the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa. Gilbert Agabimana, number 231. You have 5 minutes. I think you're used to this, so time yourself. You've got to wrap this up in 5 minutes. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, would like to thank you for the opportunity you've given us to intervene in this 83rd ordinary session of the Commission. Honorable Chair, since the October session in 2024, the conflict in Sudan has worsened. The conflict in the eastern DRC and South Sudan have intensified, endangering the lives of millions of civilians who are exposed to death, violence, famine, and displacement. We'd like to congratulate the Commission for the hybrid mission to establish facts on the way in Sudan, and would like to exhort them to collect and preserve evidence of violation of human rights in other contexts of conflict so that the perpetrators should be brought to book. We are very concerned about the increased repression of the civil space in Tanzania, where restrictive laws, administrative bottlenecks, and increased surveillance reduce freedom of expression, of meeting and association. Organizations working in the area of governance, transparency, and the rights of minority being harassed, while recent arrests of political personalities increase tension just around the corner of elections scheduled for 2025. Also would like to urge Tanzania to repeal this law and guarantee an environment for political and civic actors and to respect its regional and international commitments to ensure free and fair elections. We are also concerned by the continuous degradation of the civil space in Zimbabwe, especially through the recent amended law, which threatens the independence of NGOs and opens the door to arbitrary activities. The human rights defenders, journalists, and members of the opposition suffer from arbitrary arrests, surveillance, and harassment acts. Would like to call on the Commission to exhort Zimbabwe to repeal these laws and to guarantee a sound and favorable environment for the civil society. We also like to draw the attention of the Commission, especially the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa, if there is on the worrying situation on female genital mutilation in Liberia. About close to 30% of women and girls in Liberia are victims, often in secret societies, and the country is one of the few countries in West Africa without any law that bans this activity. We'd like to exhort the Commission to support our advocacy efforts and to encourage the rapid adoption of a law criminalizing female genital mutilation in Liberia. Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Chair, the Institute of Human Rights and Development in Africa and the Center for Documentation and Training on Human Rights are concerned by recent restrictions to the freedom of expression online in Togo through excessive laws on security, cybercrime, and the press. At least 10 cases of intimidation and arrest of journalists and activists and young people have been documented in 2 years. That of Honoré Sitrope, who has been detained since January 2023 for having published a poem. We also like to draw the attention of the Commission on the absence of laws protecting human rights defenders in this country. The commitment taken in 2023 exposing the young people and women to increased risks. Finally, we would like to underscore the impact of the activities of the new societies of Fosfac Akmokopo that provoke disease and precariousness without any compensation or consultation of the communities. We'd like to exhort the Commission to exhort Togo to include human rights in consultation with the committees concerned. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gilbert.
Thank you, Gilbert, for your speech, for your statement. I am told that Asusakao Omanga is here. Emilio Jose Manuel, where are you? You have 5 minutes, because thereafter we will call it a day. 5 minutes, nothing more.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving us the floor. And all protocol duly observed. We'll talk on behalf of the Omunga Association, which is a member of the Lusophone Human Rights Platform, and will present a statement on the situation in Guinea-Bissau and Equatorial Guinea, which we consider that the civic space is being restricted in these two countries. For Guinea-Bissau, on the 21st, in 2021, the President of the Republic evicted the headquarters of the Portuguese Bar Association, stating that it was not in agreement with its action. The Bar Association appealed before the Supreme Court, who decided to restitute the headquarters of this organ. Since 2021, until date, the decision of the court is not being enforced, making that the Bar Association does not have its headquarters available, creating constraints on its activities. The Guinean Human Rights League fears for the life of its chairperson, Boubacar Touré, who says to be a target of persecution, and since previous weeks has been responsible, holds the government responsible for his physical integrity, denounces that the authorities had set up a plot against him, and fears for his life. The objective of this has been to kidnap and possibly assassinate the president. The Minister of the Interior has been notified on the subject, but ensured not having knowledge of the allegations against the life of the said. In Equatorial Guinea, in August of last year, Joaquin Elo Ayeto, alias Paisa, well known as an activist and leading member of SOMOS organization, was arrested for trying to celebrate the Constitution Day in Equatorial Guinea, and has been detained for more than 8 months without his case being followed up by the judicial authorities, and is held without legal assistance. The lawyer and activist Anna Misha filed complaints on torture he suffered during his arrest and detention. In his complaint, he accused and identified the name of the police officer who carried out the torture. Said officer filed a defamation complaint against this lawyer, and the lawyer has been detained without access to legal assistance. We don't know where he is being held at the moment. Still in Equatorial Guinea, the parliament has approved the bill which regulates the use of social media and cyberspace, which includes in its Article 50, and I quote, "Anyone who incites, instigates, provokes, or promotes the practice of crimes glorifies crime or exalts its perpetrator will be prosecuted and shall be punished with imprisonment of between 3 to 5 years and a fine up from 16,000 to 160,000 US dollars. We recommend to this commission to exhort the state of Guinea-Bissau to adopt the law for the defense of human rights defenders and whistleblowers. We also request the Commission to exhort the state of Guinea to create a national human rights institution in accordance with the Paris Principles. We will also exhort this Commission to request the state to reinstitute the headquarters of the Bar Association of Guinea. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I would suggest that you get in touch with the country rapporteur of Guinea-Bissau and to share with them that statement so that they can roll out concrete actions vis-a-vis this government, who know that in line with our rules of procedure, they know what needs to be done. So please get in touch with the commissioners. I would call for the last time Wellbeing Africa, Ramotala Jallo. Judging from the surname, I believe she is Gambian. Thank you. Thank you, honorable commissioners. Thank you for your patience, your availability, which made it possible for us to conclude with 20 minutes in our hands. I would like to thank all the countries that are here present: Botswana, Angola, Algeria, Eswatini, Sudan, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, as well as all the other countries that I can't see from here. I forgot the honorable ambassador from Eritrea. He was looking at me right in the eyes. Eswatini Osi, I believe I have now named everybody. You know, I'm short-sighted, and this betrays me once in a while. I thank the NHRIs. I thank you for availability. I thank the NHRIs who have enrolled but who are not here, unfortunately. Tomorrow is half day. I believe we will start at 1:30. It is Sunday, to give the opportunity to the Christians. I'm told it is 2:30 tomorrow. The meeting stands adjourned, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you, interpreters. Sorry, I've not yet said thank you to you since the beginning. I say thank you to the OIC staff, as well as those whose name I have not pronounced. We'll see tomorrow at 2:30. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.